All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hi, everyone. Emoto here at Midwest Gaming Classic. Oh, who was that behind waving? Oh, that's not. I was like, where did it go? We are at the Homebrew section. It's right in front of me, right next to our Marco Stern Kingpin booth. And we're just going to go around and check out all the games that were brought this year. Thank you to the Homebrew community for coming together yet again to showcase your beautiful pieces of art to us. So first up is going to be Matt Benzik with Motor City Taxi. We did a pretty in-depth interview with him last year at Midwest Gaming Classic, which you can check out on our YouTube page /Marco Pinball, and just look for the Homebrew Pinball X-Ray version for that. This is officially Homebrew Live. Crystal's usually here with me, but she's taken some time to enjoy the actual event, something that we enjoy the event when we work it, but we don't get to see all the little bits and pieces. So she's out exploring the awesome Midwest Gaming Classic, and we're gonna have Natalie No-Nos do the interviewing. I'm gonna stay behind here, and we're gonna get to it. I'll show you guys a little sneak peek of where we're going. You can see our booth is all over there. Oh, Andrew Barney, hello, welcome. You're somewhere here too. Thank you for all your help. Are you sure that's me, Emoto? Oh, dang. Here we go. Insanity Falls, our favorite troller. He comes with all the jokes. Altered B Seats, what's up? We are in Milwaukee, about to do some homebrew interviews. Let's see what time it is. It's 12:23 here. It's about time to go. All right, I'm going to get them set up, and we're going to do this. Oh, and if you guys get lucky, you might over there see Antar, the most amazing pitbull walking around. Pinball pitbull. It's a good thing. All right, y'all. Matt is doing something with this game. Benzik Designs. I'm gonna walk away, and I'm gonna get them all set up, and we're gonna go from there. Boy, you need to pull up your pants. Okay, y'all. While Benzik sets up his game, he's doing some stuff. We're going to go see Ryan McQuaid and Sonic Spinball. Yes, it's here. And so bear with me while we move some cameras and stuff around. What's up, Lead Sandman? Sonic Hype. Yeah, you guys ready for some more Sonic Hype? Also, another thing we did on Homebrew Live with Crystal last week. You can check out the archives on our YouTube. We did a super in-depth interview with Ryan. he had his OBS set up, so he had the playfield camera. We went through like all the different modes. We saw one of his super secret wizard modes that he was working on for MGC launch. So if you want to see even more Sonic, then check out that video. Yeah, you do. Sonic Spinball's awesome. I gotta rotate because he's not ready. Right. Let's see if I can slide. I'm gonna slide, Jordan.
You want help moving stuff?
I'm just gonna slide
All right.
to you, I think.
Yes, so I actually started with this. Most of the games that are virtual games are running. So I actually
That was a lot smoother than I thought it would be. We literally just slid everything while still connected to power. I'm trying to figure out how to do decent quality production completely wirelessly. Seems like it should be pretty easy, right? Not for me. Alright, there's Sonic. Alright, I'm gonna wrangle some cables and we should be good to go. Little behind the scenes for all. Look at Ryan wearing his American Pinball shirt. The guy that waved was really short. Was that me? Look, there's Crystal with her cool NASA jacket. And there's Raiden.
Came from space. Oh, wow.
He's ready for some Sonic Spinball. Alright, we're gonna cut over to the Max. Yeah.
Basically just
Oh yeah, here we go.
some of those same questions that you enjoyed the answer to.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask you about your 3D printing, though, because I noticed the aesthetics of your... Tell me when. Hi, I'm Natalie here at Margot TV. We're looking at the Homebrew pinball section, and right here we have this gentleman, Ryan, and he has worked on this Sonic the Hedgehog pinball machine, Homebrew himself. Can you tell us a little bit about this pin?
So this pin started as kind of a bunch of hypothetical conversations I had with a bunch of my friends. It was always kind of like, oh, I've been a Sonic super fan my whole life, ever since I was little. My big brother handed me a controller and like helped me play, and then I just wouldn't stop. So it always drove me nuts that Sega never made their own Sonic pinball machine. They made, what, 18 games, I think, including Baywatch and South Park, but we never got Sonic. So I would always just think like, oh, what would I do with it, all this other stuff, it's a shame. And my friends started being like, guys, you gotta make this thing or stop talking to us about it, because like you're getting to be a little repetitive. And so I ended up finding the program Visual Pinball 10 VPX, which I think we were just talking about off camera a little bit. And I started messing around with that. I built this little game called Cosmic Lady, which is up for download if you ever want to see like what it's like to try to learn how to use something. And then I started building Sonic during the lockdown because I really didn't have a lot else to do. So it was a great starting point, and yeah, it was awesome.
Was this your first pin you've ever programmed
Yes.
or worked on a project like this?
I 100% learned while I was building this. I didn't know, I'd never built a game before. My background is in pinball restorations, so I've done a whole lot of different restorations, and right before this I finished up a Twilight Zone that was so destroyed and so many parts were missing that I felt like I was designing a game from scratch. And so by the time I was done, I was like, you know what? I basically did just build a game from scratch, except I had to do exactly what the manual told me. How hard could it be to do it all by myself with whatever I want? So that's a lot of those skills were able to transfer over, and that's why I was able to make my own playfield, and just I knew where to put everything, and I knew how to use a lot of the tools already. But I had never programmed a game before. I never designed a game before. I'd never welded before, so I had to learn a whole bunch of different skills, but I just kind of did it as they came up.
And how many shows have you brought this table to?
Okay, so it's still a very short resume for how many shows the game has been to. It's been on public play testing at the Double Bowl in Massachusetts twice. They're one of my local bars that I know the owners of, so they were kind enough to let me get some play testing in there. We brought it to Pinball Expo last year. It was also at Virtual Pinball Expo before we could get back to normal and be, lucky enough to be standing here. And then I also brought it to Pintastic in 2021.
Okay.
So, and this is the first show of this year.
Very good. And have you learned anything from the shows you've been going to since you started taking this pin to?
I learned to be superstitious. I learned that if you have to beg the game to behave, and if you treat it right and you wear your underwear backwards or whatever you like to do, you just pray the game keeps working and doesn't make somebody have a bad time. That's really what I'm most afraid of. I don't care if my game breaks. I can fix anything. I'm worried that it'll break while someone's playing and while someone's trying to have a good time, and it'll just ruin that. So that's what I don't ever want to happen.
Okay. And since you started doing this, what issues have you had and how have you adjusted them? Have you had, I mean, I'm sure you had a testing
Oh
point.
yeah, we have a whole lot of different things. So stuck balls, obviously. You can never find all of your stuck balls, but Raiden can find some stuck balls that you didn't know about, guarantee you. If I let him play for another 20 minutes, he will find a stuck ball I didn't know about. So you just have to be kind of you can predict some of them, but then people can get balls stuck in the craziest places. In addition, we have the occasional hardware failure, so you want to learn from those mistakes and redesign your game so that it's a little more robust. So I lose a lot of light boards. It turns out that was because of overheating, so I've added a bunch of fans and I've changed my light board setup a little bit. Also, the entire game would crash occasionally because I'm using a Windows PC to run it, because they say to develop on what you're comfortable with.
Sure.
So eventually it'll get moved to something more stable, but I had a graphics card in it, and when you shook the game, the graphics card does this. And computers don't like it when you rip the graphics card out in the middle of using it, turns out. So I redesigned the entire computer to use an AMD APU, and so it has no cards at all, so it's now very, very stable. We were talking about this actually earlier, when I finished setting a game up at one of the first shows I brought it to, I used to say, all right, everybody stand back for a second, and they were like, what, why? And I was like, because this is why, and I would kick my game as hard as I could. Because it needed to be able to survive a shock like that without crashing the computer. And if it did, then I knew I was good for the whole show. If it crashed, that means I needed to do some adjustments.
Okay.
People thought I had anger management issues, but it was really just testing.
It was quality
Now
analysis.
I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Because I don't have that problem anymore because I've adjusted from it.
Okay, did you have to adjust your code or anything different, like to go from the Windows to the AMD? Is that what you
no.
said?
So that was just a different Windows PC. It just doesn't have any cards. But I work on my code constantly, I was working on it at 9 p.m. the night on Thursday night. I worked on it last night to patch a couple of small issues I found during the game. I'm always writing down any issue I find with while a player's playing, while I'm playing. Like, okay, that light's staying on when it shouldn't. Write it down in my hotel room. I'm fixing it in the code, and then all my code is on Dropbox. So all I need to do is connect it to the internet, and it immediately downloads a new code.
And you have a backup.
Yep. And I have an off-site backup on their servers, and I have it on all my computers. So I was also able to reset the high scores by just deleting everything from my computer in my hotel room.
Okay.
So like it's a good setup. But yes, I'm constantly adjusting the code.
Okay. Wow. That's really cool. I like that you take the notes. I hope your code has just as many.
Notes.
And I hope you comment your code too, because we all know the importance of putting comments in our code.
I'm not good at that. I am not good at that. I really want to be better, but I'm not. I'm terrible at commenting my code.
Fair. Not all of us can win them all, but now I know you can't really see the table up close, but I do have to comment on the design. The design of this is beautiful. I can tell some of this is 3D printed.
A lot of it is 3D printed.
Now, did you 3D print these pieces yourself?
Yes, I did. So I actually have a background in 3D printing. I've been doing it for years, since before like you were able to even buy them. I had a friend of mine who was an enthusiast. He built his own from his own design, and he kind of I got bit with the bug. So I ended up buying my own and building my own from scratch. And so I've been printing for years and years and years. And I've adopted an old saying, which is when you have a hammer, anything is a nail. So if a problem can be solved with 3D printing, I do, because I know how to do that.
Right.
So there's a lot of guys out there, they know how to weld. So anything they need to do, they weld it, because that's what they know how to do. So I know how to 3D print, so I have 3D printed ramps. I have 3D printed plastics. I was using 3D printed clips to hold the loop and the wire forms together for a long time before I learned how to weld. I did eventually learn how to weld.
Sure.
And there's still a lot of 3D printed parts in there to this day. And now that I'm over at American Pinball, I can tell you it's the exact same in the professional world. We have a printer farm of I think 7 Prusa i3 printers and 2 really expensive brand new ones that I'm now in charge of. But we are, as a company, we are 3D printing all our prototypes. We're 3D printing all the ramps for the prototypes, and we obviously, once it's done, we get them properly vacuum formed or whatever. But the printers are running 24/7.
Wow, that's really cool. It's very interesting how all of it has come together. It's a very beautiful design. If anybody gets a chance to look at this, you really should pay attention to the detail on it. It's gorgeous. I haven't even asked you about any of the table shots. Is there a skill shot on this thing?
There are a couple skill shots. Those are actually a little bit of guilt for me. I've been meaning to overhaul the skill shots for a long time. I'm not a huge skill shot guy. I don't really care that much about them. People love skill shots. I just don't. So there's 2. We have a T2 style roving shot on the Sonic targets, and then the super skill shot. If you plunge all the way around the orbit and then hit the ramp on your first try, you get a super skill shot.
Okay.
That's actually easier than the regular skill shot though, so the whole thing needs to be redone. Yeah,
Hey,
I've scored
now
number
that
6.
is great.
We got a player here. Thanks, Raiden.
Once he's done, you guys can go over and
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool.
You want to play? Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, Jeff. We're gonna move closer to the game right now. Ryan's fan club is asking him some questions. So I'm gonna move the camera and we're gonna do this. So hold on one second.
Or are you going to do that separately, or what? How do you want to do it?
Okay.
Via keyboard? That's really nifty. That's nice that you don't have to open it.
I might be able to play the game from this keyboard right now.
That's right. You have a Sega Mod controller too. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, that's me. We're playing split flipper right now. I'm the left flipper.
You guys are playing split flipper? That's great.
You don't actually have to do that. That was I failed. I failed you. So normally, I'm going to set this up later. You can play this game with a Sega Genesis controller, and I have it with me. I just haven't set it up right now.
Awesome.
No. I wanted to remember if this actually worked. That's all. I'm like, oh yeah, it does work. Cool. Now I'm done. Yeah, there. I don't even have it anymore. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I love this little flipper feature. There's like the little Sonic head with the spinner. That's an iconic design. I think we talked about this yesterday. That was a later add-on you put to the table, right?
That was one of the last things I actually built, but it was always in the initial design from the very beginning. Like, oh, I'm just going to put a 2-frame animation on a spinner and just put his little head floating there so that from the player's perspective it looks like he's running. And I didn't think it was going to work that well. I didn't think it was going to get the reception that it got. It got a very large reception, more so than a lot of the other features that I spent a lot more time on. It's really just a piece of plastic with a sticker. Like it's not a difficult or like a complex little bit, but everyone thought it was such a cute little addition that they really liked it.
Yeah, adding like the perfect bow to a present.
Yeah,
that's
that was exactly it, and it was. I finished it right before. That was a great spin on it, by the way. You got a good shot of it. So I added it right before the shows, and it really just made the whole thing pop for everybody. Got our little flicky bird. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, so the topper I also like to comment on being like, one, I love that you have a topper on your table.
Toppers are fun.
Yes.
I make toppers. So I actually, this is not the first topper I made. I made a working roller coaster for Roller Coaster Tycoon by Stern in 2002 or whatever.
Really?
I debuted it Fantastic 2019. That was the first thing that everyone was like, whoa, look what he can do. And then I brought 3 of my restoration games and I won Best in Show all 3 times. So it was cool because I like making it interact with the game. So whenever you hit the yellow roller coaster on Roller Coaster Tycoon, my roller coaster would go off.
That's very
And
cool.
it was timed so that you had enough time to watch it and not lose your ball.
I love that thought process too. You're thinking for the player because you're like, why would you not want to see
I made
this?
sure that the roller coaster took 7 seconds because I knew it took you 11 seconds to get your ball back from that shot. Because it's a long shot. It goes up a Vuk and then down 2 ramps before it gets to you. So I always knew I was going to make a topper for it. And for this one, I just wanted it to be more of a progress tracker.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get the Chaos Emeralds, and so it's linked to all the ones on the playfield.
So
right now,
Chaos Emeralds you have to light up.
So it's very bright in here.
Yeah.
But right now the green Chaos Emerald is blinking because that is the mode that she's currently on. Any of the Chaos Emeralds she's already collected will be solid on.
That's so cool. How many toppers are interactive with the game?
There are a few of them. There are a few
Okay.
of them, but not as many as there should be, in my opinion.
Okay.
I hope to change that. I'm going to keep designing toppers, I hope.
I think that's really cool.
I have some
like that.
pitches for my new company. We'll see if we can get something fun out.
Cool. That's
I don't
awesome.
make boring light up toppers. I make fun toppers that do something.
I love
Lights,
that.
all you need to be interactive is some lights. There's no moving parts on this.
Right.
But it has its own GI, and it has a bulb for every emerald. So right now, all the GI bulbs are green to match the mode you're in.
Wow.
And if you change to the fire zone, the GI turns red up here too. So it's just a little bit of interaction is all you really need to make it interesting.
That's very cool. So where did you get now I'm seeing the flippers on this table and it looks like they have Sonic the Hedgehog on them.
They do.
Now, where did you get those from?
So those are from Pinball Life. You can still buy them. They are new old stock Sega flippers. When they're gone, they're gone. I bought several backup.
Very good.
But
Good
for
call.
whatever reason, you can just buy those at Pinball Life for $5.
Wow, so it's so crazy that they made Sonic flippers but never
Sonic flippers, Sonic coil wrappers, He's on the DMD for Baywatch and a whole of their other
Yes,
games.
I have noticed that he
Yep.
runs across the screen
He
randomly.
does.
Yeah.
He does. But they just didn't give him his own game for whatever reason. Not sure why. I think it might have been a licensing issue. Oh, right, we got a multi-ball.
Okay, so multi-ball looks like you hit those drop targets down, and these are really cool graphics. So I know you have some of like the Sega-looking style with the like on the screen, the graphics, but it also when you had like multi-ball that's qualified, you've got your own stuff too. How did you design that, or what?
So the movie clips are taken from a series that Sega did called Sonic Mania Adventures.
Okay.
And they did it as a promo for the game Sonic Mania that came out in 2017.
Okay.
And so they just had an artist make these classic, no dialogue, just all story told with gestures and sound effects and everything. And it was perfect to chop up for movies for this. All of these are original game assets, but I did all the animations and I tell everything where to go. I designed the HUD and everything like that. And in some of the later levels, it gets really impressive with it. And I spent a lot more time on the graphics and the art than I really should have, because players don't really look at it.
It's well worth it though, because if you're doing a multiplayer game or a match play, that's when you get your screen time. It's really watching other people play
that's
too.
true.
And so I love what watching people play. When we were standing here, I was watching and I kept turning around looking at the screen because the designs, the graphics are really cool, and I haven't seen it all yet. You just want to take it all in. So it's a really awesome design. The table looks really nice. Like everything about it is just so well designed. I haven't even looked at all of this. And where did you come up with some of the drawings for this?
So,
any of the etching?
The drawings were done by an artist named Amber Cyprin. They did an incredible job on them. I sent them a message when I was ready to build my second Whitewood, and I said, basically, here are some MS Paint drawings I did.
Yeah, okay.
Those still survive, and they're hilarious. Can you do me some napkin doodles so I can just throw the concept art on the new playfield?
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, I can do that. And then they spent 11 hours on them.
Okay.
And they looked up the original Sonic the Hedgehog concept art, which, if you find it for the original Genesis games, it just so happens to be Sonic in a lot of really uncomfortable and upsetting
I
situations.
see this. Yes.
I mean, occasionally he's having a good time.
Yeah.
But the most time he's drowning, about to die over here. Up here you have one no one ever sees, which is Bonk Sonic. He's getting just head
I love that.
head
Yes.
bonking off stuff. And so we decided to go that route with it. And then the goal was, all right, we're going to do a 90s style playfield, which
Yep.
is a whole bunch of different pieces of art tied together with a background. That's really all they used to do. So we're like, all right, we have the fight scene up here, we have a loop, we have the centerpiece, we have this little whatever's going to be down here. So now we can take each one of those individual pieces of art and turn them into a full color, fully rendered thing like you see in the center here.
Yes,
So this actually used to look just like all of these on the first version.
Okay.
And for the second one, we actually decided to sit down and finish the full color centerpiece.
Okay.
So all of these will eventually look like this.
Oh, okay. So
We'll have a fully colored, fully rendered version of him fighting Robotnik up here, of him on a loop over here.
Okay.
Maybe a zip line.
And now, are these finished in these outer lanes right
No,
here with
those
the
are
color?
not finished, but we chose to color them to help teach the player what's going on.
I love that. That's
So-
really smart.
So the right out lane is the water out lane. That's where you're going to drown. So the water shield protects you from it.
Okay.
Same with the fire shield. So I put color in some areas where I thought it was important,
You
even
put
on the
color where it
whitewood.
counts.
Yeah. So the emeralds are colored because they're all the modes are color coded. So you need to know which one is which.
That's
And honestly, the emerald sketch came out so good that it's just going to be my final. I love that piece.
I do
So-
too. And it really stands out on the table too when you look at it. This table has such a beautiful design. Honestly, I love it. It's so clean. It's so pretty. You're welcome.
Appreciate
it is just really nice to look at. So I really do enjoy it. And this little TV, I think you 3D printed that
Yeah.
by the looks of it. And what's in there? What screen? What is that?
So that is a mini HDMI screen that I found on after a lot of research. I tried to find a smaller TFT screen that would work with a Raspberry Pi or something. I'm not very good with Raspberry Pis, so it didn't end up succeeding. But I found this little 4.5-inch HDMI screen, and so this is just plugged straight into Windows as a monitor, and Windows thinks it's right here.
Wow.
And so the game is actually only rendering one window, but that window is this large, and all the mini graphics are right here. and it just works so well.
Wow.
So the original plan was for that to be over here, closer to the mystery scoop, which is where you're
Yeah.
collecting all of these items.
Yeah.
But it just didn't look good, and the viewing angle wasn't there.
Sure.
So putting it down there, it lets you see some information without looking all the way away from the playfield.
Right.
Sometimes you're shooting at these shots anyway, so you can see the little bits. It'll flash to whatever you collected for a mystery award. So if you're in the middle of a multi-ball and everything's going crazy, you can take one look up. Oh, I got invincibility. Like, even though the screen didn't show it to you, because you can see it there. Or when nothing else is lit or nothing's going on, it's kind of like a status screen. It'll
Yeah,
show
okay.
you. It'll show you this many locks, this many to light locks, like this many loop awards.
Oh,
this
your
is your next
status
loop award.
report, yeah.
I haven't programmed to hold the flipper one
Okay.
yet, but all that information's on the mini LCD
Yeah.
as well.
Oh well, and that's perfect though too. Yeah.
And so when I have countdown timers, that's another big one. You can just stick a big number right there. Like, you don't have to look up. You don't have to be a 5, like 10, 9, 8, whatever. It's right there in big font.
Yep.
And so it's just, especially for the drowning timer. I actually need to code that, but I haven't yet. And then Knuckles just flying over it. That's a Hallmark toy.
Yeah.
They
it's
just
cute.
released that limited edition. If you look really closely, he only has 1 foot because a pinball knocked it off.
Huh.
But that's a prototype for you.
Yeah. Battle scars, if you will.
Battle scars. Well, also his legs are tiny. I don't really know how they lasted that long.
Yeah. makes sense.
But it keeps that corner looking not bare. I really like where it's at. The whole game is like the toys are well distributed, so nothing really looks barren.
You're right, and it's not too much either. It's not overdone. Yeah. Oh, you got to get this little like the hamster rant. The
hamster loop. Ooh, that's a good one.
So
the hamster ball. Not to be confused with the legitimately awesome hamster ball or hamster wheel on Weird Al.
Oh yeah. You know what? Fair
We
call.
have the loop-de-loop, which is a classic Sonic trope that had to be in there. Currently, you're shooting it by hitting a kicker that is right in here. It's very reminiscent of the catapult from Medieval Madness. But in the next version, which I already have planned out, you're going to be shooting it directly. There's a spoiler for you.
Wow. Okay. So how did you get this design right the first time? And like now that
Believe
I'm
it or
hearing
not,
your,
yes.
Your roller coaster. But see, was there any influence from the roller coaster
A little
tycoon
bit.
thing
A
you
little
were
bit.
talking about earlier?
Not as much as there should have been.
Okay.
So roller coaster loops are actually not a circle. They are a strange little balloon-shaped ellipses, and that is very important to making them function smoothly and
Okay.
It doesn't look like it because of the way it's designed. So it starts off at a lower level than it ends because you need to be able to have it come off this wall, and
Yeah.
it needs to be such that if I placed a pinball right here, it wouldn't get stuck. So it has to be going like an extreme angle when it's releasing. So if I released it like this, the table would then be slanted. So now if a ball is coming here, it's just going to sit there.
Right.
So we have to have an extreme angle so it can still roll off even against the weight of the playfield. So what this actually is an ellipse, but because it kind of is hidden from this angle, it looks like a circle like from the game.
Sure.
So there was a lot of thought put into that, and I got extremely lucky that I didn't screw it up because it was a lot of work.
That's amazing. I really like that design. But when you're explaining the ellipse, it makes sense because the ball moves in a parabola, right? So
Yes.
I mean, I understand why, like from the physics standpoint of it needing to go down, but like I just love it. It's just really cool. It just kind of makes me think like how much there is to pinball. This is great.
It's
And
a
this
lot-
is a perfect example of
It's
that.
definitely a lot more than you should have a loop.
Yeah.
Like, it's all right, now I need to do a week's worth of research into roller coasters and real life loops.
Yeah.
I can't just make a circle and call it done like
Right.
they do in
Yeah.
the games.
Right.
And it's the same thing with everything in pinball. Like, you got a great design idea, now you need to spend 2 weeks making it actually work reliably.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna have some great shots. Moto's an excellent photographer.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. Just the detail on this is just amazing, and I love even the top. It kind of looks like a reflector, but it's not. You didn't 3D print that, did you?
Yep, those 3D printed.
Those are 3D printed.
So actually, the diffusion is really just 3D printer lines. I just didn't make any attempt to hide them, and so I printed this out of a clear PETG material, and the natural waves that the printer makes for FDM printing just lets it diffuse properly. So that was all done intentionally.
It looks great. You really did a lot of this is 3D printed. It's
Yep.
impressive.
It is.
It's amazing.
I mean, obviously, we'll eventually replace all of these with art and with proper PETG plastics like you classically would.
Yeah.
I get a lot of people asking me the question, like, is this art final? Like we said, we went over it. It's all concept art. It is still a Whitewood prototype, but I just happen to think that Whitewood should have prototype art. You're prototyping the whole game. Why wouldn't you prototype the art? So
It makes sense.
I mean, your artist might get a little mad at you because they want the right shaped canvas from the beginning, and that's normally why we do art last. It's like, okay, the playfield's not going to change, so you won't have to move the art and everything.
Sure.
But we don't have a background, so it doesn't really matter. Like I got the art from my artist, and I placed it on the playfield wherever it fit for me. And then once it's done, we're like, all right, we like it here. I've moved a lot of the art from one version to another. Like, it's all just coming together to make a better product.
Yep.
And it gives it like a little bit of character.
It
Like
sure
a blank flat piece of wood may look cool to people who think that's awesome, but it's just not quite as charming as all these little pieces. So I would not be here. I would not be nearly. This game wouldn't be nearly as possible if it weren't for my artists' work. And they are not like they don't do it full time. It was just they made time out of their schedule to do it for me. So shout outs to Amber Cyprin again.
That's
You are
awesome.
wonderful, and your work is amazing.
This is beautiful. So, how many more designs do you think you're gonna have? I mean, you
For this one,
Yeah.
at least one,
Okay.
probably two.
And will you have both versions to shows, or just like once you do?
I am
like,
not
oh,
sure.
new-
It all
okay.
depends on how this works out. I'm not really sure what's in store for this game.
Fair.
That's a question for my boss now. If you want to know, the question everyone's asking is if this is going to get produced, that is a question for Mr. David Fix.
Can we do like a petition?
I'm sure he's already sick of hearing it at shows, but if you want to, I support you.
Wow, hold on 1 second. That's very cool.
Yep. So that's
I
Pinball
love
Expo
that.
2021.
Yes. All right, let's actually go. Is there anything else that's really cool on here? Twippy Awards
Twippy Award.
2020 favorite homebrew.
And then the Pintastic ribbon that I accidentally kind of permanently attached.
Yeah.
That was not supposed to be permanent, but it's really stuck on there, so
Okay.
I just leave it there now.
Yeah. That's not just bragging. It's stuck
I'm not
there.
just
Yeah,
trying to
we don't-
brag.
we
I
don't wanna
really, if I
damage
take it
that.
off, I'm not going to be able to get it back on again. It's going to get destroyed, so
yeah,
it just
that's,
lives there.
That's fair. This is awesome. Let's see, what else do we have on here? Special thanks. That's great. Oh, that's awesome.
A whole lot of people helped me along the way. Everywhere from me. Oh yeah,
I
there we go.
love this.
There we go.
This is great. Now if someone scans this QR, is there like a drop down? Is it notes? And where do you get it? How do you
It's
receive
a link
it?
to a Pinside thread. And you just post in the Pinside thread that I check every night at shows.
That's awesome.
People don't. It hasn't been used that much. Mostly, we've only had one issue this weekend where it went down briefly, and luckily one of my friends, Andy Bagwell, played it, and he called me and was like, "It's down," and I was like, "All right, I'll come fix it." So, but it has been used, and then
This is amazing.
it was always really useful because it helped me find. People like to be heard, so if they have a problem, and they can report it, they do. And then they're like, all right, I did my job, maybe it'll be fixed later.
Yeah, absolutely. People feel like they make a difference when they're like, yeah,
And
absolutely.
At a show, I check it every night. So, like I said, I was coding in my bedroom last night, in my hotel room last night.
That's great. That's awesome.
Got the squish mat.
Do you want to play
Yeah.
a few rounds and you show her how to play?
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
It's almost
Downstairs
like
to help stir real quick, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, cool.
it's almost like I have a little thing
yeah,
for that.
this is great. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
excited. All right, so let me know where you go,
So-
Sub. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to choose your favorite Sonic game of all time, if you
Oh,
have one.
yeah, okay.
So you go left and right to choose them. There's like 15 of them to choose from. And what this does is it changes your level, backgrounds, and music to match. So
Okay.
make sure you keep moving it, or that's going to time
Oh,
out
yeah,
and pick one
sure,
for
okay.
you. Don't pick Game Genie just yet. Just
Okay.
yet. It's a little secret thing there.
All right.
So you went backwards, so you're seeing all the extras and secret games and stuff.
Okay, gotcha. So
Yeah.
should I go right? No, or am I good?
Yeah, you
Can any of these be?
What's your favorite Sonic game if you have one?
Okay, so I mean, I used to play the one. I mean, I had it was on Sega, but I can't remember.
they're all- well, just keep
I
clicking
guess.
through and you'll
Or
start
the one
seeing
on
them all.
Dreamcast too. You remember that one? I don't know.
So we got CD, 3D
Yeah.
Blast, Sonic Knuckles probably.
Yeah.
That's a very popular
Uh-huh.
one.
All right, let's
So
go.
you're
with-
right here.
Okay.
There. So now you picked your game. Now you can choose your zone. So
Okay.
each zone is a different color emerald.
right.
And it will they're all color coded. So right now this is the green emerald, the green zone.
Okay.
And so the green zone is always shoot the orbits. Changing the game does not change the objectives, it just changes the music.
Okay.
So right now you flip left or right. You can go to different zones. So you have the water zone. Unfortunately, there's no water level in Sonic and Knuckles, so you're drowning in sand.
Okay. All right.
But in the water zone, you can actually drown and die. So you
Okay.
need to hit the center every once in a while, or you will run out of air, your flippers will turn off, and you will die.
Wow.
It is very anxiety-inducing, but it's not very. It's very easy to stay alive. You're
right.
going straight for it?
Why not?
Why not?
I mean, do you not
I mean,
recommend
I
it?
can keep bringing you through the other ones.
All right,
if you
let's
want
go
to.
through it, yeah.
All right, so flying battery zone, the yellow zone is combo shots all day.
Okay.
So all of these ones are going to be lit, and then whatever shot they feed is going to be lit for a real mode shot.
Okay.
So that one's good to stack with multi-ball because it kind of just gives you the gun for free.
Okay. So this is a good one to stack multi-ball. Am I going left or right at this point? Here we go.
That was the right way.
Okay.
So this is the fire zone. So in the fire zone, you have white and red shots. Red shots are bad. Red shots hurt you.
Okay,
That
red
is
shots,
fire.
bad.
White shots are good.
Okay.
So if you hit a fire shot, you will lose 40,000 points and 2 rings. Yes, it is possible to get a negative score, and it's a really fun competition to see who can get the highest negative score.
Yes.
But you don't lose that many points. You get 40,000 minus. Hitting one mode shot, you'll get 100,000 back. It's not a big problem.
Okay.
Losing rings, all you're really going to do is slow down your lock collection.
Okay.
So rings work like diamonds in Congo, if you ever played it. So you collect rings all over the playfield. You have these little inserts.
Okay.
How awesome is
Oh
this?
yeah.
It's almost like a genius came up with it. And if you get enough of them, it'll light the lock at the left ramp.
Okay.
1, 2, 3 locks, you're in.
Awesome.
You do not make progress toward additional locks with rings until you collect it. So as soon as it's lit, you want to get the ball locked, and then all the rings you get will go toward your next lock.
Okay.
So yeah, this one is very much you have to avoid the red. You lost the moto and the light.
Yeah, she'll be back.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That one's fun too. What else you got? All right, the ice zone is hit the ramps, but you have slippery flippers, and slippery flippers cannot be held up for longer than a second, or they will drop out from under you. Very briefly, they come right back, but it's just enough to go, whoa!
That's a
shit.
really cool feature.
Yep. There's a little light show and animation that happens, and a sound effect, so the player knows that it's intentional and it's not like just, oh, the flipper's crapped out on me.
Okay, right.
But it almost never kills you until you forget about it. As soon as you forget about them, it's going to get you.
Sure. All right. And I will actually say, when we switch to this zone, I love the lighting.
I love the cyan lighting.
I was just going to say, this cool tone makes the table look so different than before
does.
in a good way. It's really cool.
And if it was a little darker in here, the fire zone, the red is really vibrant. And it really feels like, oh, it got hot in here all of a
it's
sudden.
lava. Yeah.
Like, I really like the color-coded GI lighting. So for the GI, we're still using white. We have RGBW strips, so we're not combining light to make white. We have dedicated white lights. And for the mood lighting, we're doing white color, white color, white color, white color, so you can still see what you're doing all the time.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. You're conscious about the player the whole time in this.
A lot of people say if it's not white, I can't play it. So we got that too. So we're just accent lighting everything. That's really what's up. Purple is just a classic. Put out all the lights. And once you put out all the lights, you'll get another set of them. Nice and boring. So this is actually the final zone that is not normally accessible until you finish the other 6. This one is much more difficult. You need to hit the center to generate a hurry up. It'll generate one hurry up shot somewhere on the playfield, and you need to hit that. And you have to do that for every mode shot. That is your final zone. It's the hardest one.
Seems like it. All right.
And then you're all the way back to the first level, which is the green zone. You hit the orbits, which happen to also be where the speed spinners are.
Oh yeah, so
that's intentional.
Yes, that makes sense.
This is supposed to be the zone that teaches you need to shoot the orbits to get those spinners, to get the speed, to get going.
Okay,
so
cool.
This is why it's the first zone. This is why it's the default on the if you hadn't listened to me at all and you just pulled the thing, you'd be playing this.
Okay.
So this is a great place to start.
Do you think it's a great place to start?
It's a great place to start. So you can either auto plunge with the center or you can pull it back. It's up to you. Both of them work.
All right.
Plunging will select it, or you can hit that button. Yeah, you've now selected it. You're in Mushroom Hill Zone.
Okay,
so
cool.
now you can either plunge or hit that again, and it'll plunge it. There you go. And the plunge gives you a mode shot in this level. So you've already hit a mode shot, and Sonic has already started moving.
Oh yeah, look at I
Nice
love that.
generous
I
ball
love that
savers.
running. Yes.
Almost got that left ramp. So that left ramp can be hit from all 3 flippers. It's easiest from the top.
Okay.
And the hardest shot in the game is the backhand. I don't recommend trying for that one.
Well.
And yes, that design was on this game and published before Avengers came out.
Okay. Fair.
Happy coincidence.
I'm just reading the screen now. That's so cool. Mushroom Hill Zone. Shoot the orbits. It even tells you.
Yep. Got it up here and down there. 0 balls locked, 3 rings to light the lock. As soon as you light something that will make the TV do something, that's what it'll show you. But when it has nothing better to do, it shows you information.
Okay.
There you go. That's already locked ball 1. So the other thing, every time you're hitting one of these ring targets, you're also lighting a little robot enemy. And they walk onto the screen, and then they just hang out there until you kill them. You kill them by hitting another stand-up target or ring target that is not lit. So you just blew them up, even though you hit something that wasn't lit. If you collect enough of them, if you destroy enough of them, you start a multi-ball. And that will start immediately as soon as you get the right number. You don't have to activate it or anything. So someday, you're just gonna all of a sudden have multi-ball. And you're gonna be like, whoa, I did something.
Have that happen, yeah, right,
and that's going to happen to you 100%. You're like 1 or 2 away from it. There you go. So you've now finished Act 1. You now need to hit the signpost on the right ramp. The signpost is a horizontal spinner that was previously out of reach, and now, there we go, there's my slide saves. Do it again. Yes! Yes! Beautiful. I love it. And there!
Oh,
there it is! Mania multi-ball.
Okay, so
sorry, not Mania multi-ball.
Is Red my friend in this mode? Like,
Yes,
do I want
yes.
to shoot red flashing?
Yes,
Okay.
everything. So the only mode that red is bad is Fire Zone, and I did a lot of light shows to teach that that's bad.
Okay.
Red is fine at all other times. So right now you're fighting the mini boss.
Okay.
That shield just saved you. The mini boss is right up the center, so you get to play with the boss toy without having to get there. And you defeated him and got a dirty pool. Good job.
Thank you. What does that mean if I got the ball stuck there?
Dirty pool.
Oh yeah. Does that mean I'm a dirty play? Like I'm playing dirty? Like I'm like
So,
that was
yes,
like,
that is a reference to Adam's Family.
Oh, okay.
Adam's Family was the first one to do it. If you ever get it into the vault when you're not supposed to, it plays a clip from the movie. It says, "Dirty pool, old man.
Okay.
I like it."
That's
and so
awesome.
We play that same clip here. It's got Gomez Adams going, "Dirty pool, old man," while Knuckles sneaks out of a door. So
Very
It was one of the
cool.
most requested features on the game.
Really?
Yeah, people
Wow.
love trying to get the ball where they're not supposed to.
Okay, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. So it's like knowing your limits or just finding, totally testing.
And I used to yell at them and said, "Stop trying to dirty pool a homebrew game, you jerks." But instead I just embraced it. So now they're like, "Oh, I broke it." I'm like, "No, you didn't." It's a little harder than that to break my game these days. I've been working on it for too long.
Fair.
We
And
got
I
the-
just noticed the mirror in the back. That's a really nice feature, so I can see the lights that are lit
Yep.
and the light. Yep. Good.
And you just got a spin dash combo, which is one of the biggest things in the game. We have the looping left orbit shot that feeds the flipper.
Okay.
And then the combo is finished after hitting a few of those by finishing at the ramp. So you're going around and around and around and around, and then you finish at the ramp, and that is the spin dash combo. So you're charging it. Every time you hit it, it's charge, 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 release. If you manage to do 4 of them and then finish it, the game goes absolutely ballistic. And it has a whole special mode for it and everything. It's really hard. Really hard.
I want to play this one more time. This is really cool.
Go ahead.
Cool. All right. Oh, I put 2 players in, so.
That's all right.
Cool.
2 more minutes to wrap it up, and then we're gonna go to Kelly's.
Oh, cool. We did play one game on this already, so we can go to the other one. This is really cute. So actually, I do want to, let's do this real quick. What are the rest? Okay, I wanted to see who player 1 through 4 was. That is so cute. I love that. That's
So,
really cute.
That's you don't actually play as those characters, but it does let you differentiate. So from across the room, you can see this little icon.
Yeah,
And you can see,
right.
oh, all right, I know I'm Knuckles, so I can just be like, oh, that's Blue, that's Sonic, so
Yep.
that's player 1.
Yep.
We got all the way to Amy.
Yeah.
I think Amy should have been in all the classic games, but she wasn't, so she is in this. She is player 4. She is the Add-A-Ball in Mania Multi-Ball. So you lock 1, 2,
Really?
3. First one is Sonic, second one is Tails, third one is Knuckles. If you get a super jackpot, it likes a pink mystery over here, and that is the Add-A-Ball, and she shows up.
That's
And then
awesome.
from there on out, it adds pink to all the light show locations.
And will Add-A-Ball, like, does this have, like, the button have any colors in it?
No, unfortunately, I have not lit up the bottom of the cabinet yet. There's no
Okay.
lighting that goes, so there's no light here. There's no light in the start button. That's just,
okay, yeah,
There will
yeah.
be, but that's just a physical limitation.
Yeah,
This
I'd
is
love for
actually
that to be pink.
This is actually a Williams System 11 or System 7 lock bar.
Okay.
This is a mod. I was able to mod in a button.
Yeah, 3D printed.
Yeah, I had a
can see
collar. I
that.
drilled a hole, and like there's a switch like hacked into the receiver. Like
Yeah.
that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, your 3D printing's really awesome. I really have to comment on how lovely it is. You know what you're
I have a
doing.
lot of
It's
practice. I
awesome.
have a lot of practice.
You can tell. You can tell.
And I've been hearing the same thing from the people at the American Pinball office. They're like, "You're really good at this."
That's
A lot of
great.
experience.
Yeah, so if you haven't played this table, seen it before, you have to check it out. You have to play it. It's amazing.
Yep. So we're obviously here. It's also going to be at Pintastic in June, and we're going to be bringing it to Chicago Pinball Expo.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for talking about this, showing me how to play it. I feel like I'm going to know a lot more going into the game than I did before, and I want to learn a little bit more about this. So thank you so much. I can't wait to play it
I'd be
later.
happy to show you some more. Let me know when you want to play. We'll play
Awesome.
together.
Cool,
We got to do a
thank
split
you.
flipper game.
Split flip. I
Split
love it.
flipper's
Sonic
great.
split flip. Yes, I'm down. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, this is so cool. Thank you.
Thank
Yay.
you.
Awesome. All right, you guys are good. Thanks, Ryan. That was awesome, in-depth Sonic Spinball. It's so great. I'm so happy for him that now he's working with American. So we'd love to follow Ryan's journey through the pinball industry and see all what happens. So now Kelly Cochran is getting Undertale ready. It's just right over there. I have to do another little shimmy. We might lose some connection potentially, maybe not. Let's see how good I can do this. So just hang on tight, y'all. And yeah. Midwest Gaming Classic.
So if any of my games in American ever have crazy complicated rules, that is right. Here's your microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Face off was on. I don't remember turning it on. Yeah, you do. I'll be around. I'll either be over here or I'll be over there.
Okay. Where?
Alright, you want help moving anything?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Undertale.
Want help moving anything?
I think we're just gonna sit this. Power.
Are you guys just moving around the island?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm right there. So
Okay, I'll come find you when we're gonna.
right when you get that level.
Yeah.
I saw you do math. And like, I know what they're doing the easy way.
That's right. It's called a circuit.
Right. Let's go. Oh, this is not a good idea.
You gotta go. You gotta go now.
All right. Take that traffic jam, girl. If you want to put it like right here, you can probably open up a couple more feet over there. I'm just worried about someone like not used it. Yeah, like that. That needs to like. How much more do I have? I need more. Power is on the other end of this island.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it.
Looks like it's low.
I'm gonna grab a.
I
I'm
can
gonna
get it
grab
from
a.
here. Get an extension cord. Can't get there.
Cool. I'll go see if we can get another one. I'll be right back.
did. Everyone's always on it. I got a couple games in, but I need more. I want more. I want my grand champion. You know what that is right now for a show? I haven't checked. I played this last year. No, stop. They had that outside. Probably not gonna happen outside. They're off looking for an extension for I almost got the entire thing. I'm not gonna spoil what happened. I just want to guess. What?
Looking at it. Same thing. Like that Monday. You know, right here.
Want me to throw it on the table for you or what?
Tell them.
Yeah.
Pardon me for asking. Why are you
We're Sunny and Basil from Omori.
I'll buy a new one.
Sunny
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Basil from Pomori. Yeah, guys. Yeah.
I just curious, really. I saw when I was getting tickets. So.
Oh, okay.
Next thing you know, I got this.
I know. We're gonna have to ask them. Yeah, yeah. We'll have you guys come around this way. Did you get a power? What?
Got a cord for me to crawl with or what?
No, I think Natalie's in there getting it.
Really?
Oh, she was. She just had the big cable. Where'd she go? I'm gonna put this right there. You guys stand really close. Just like we did it back
Cheers. Wow. Okay. That'll do it.
Yeah,
Let's run this under
like
the
that
tail,
joint
not right past the fire. We're ready whenever you are. Game's good.
Okay, cool. Kelly just showed up.
Sweet.
So we'll
No
do
worries.
this. I'll
I
take
just wanted to let you know.
Thanks.
All right. What's up, Colin Baxter? We are almost set up for Undertale. Look, you're on camera. She didn't expect that one to happen.
All right, you should be good.
That's my mini-me, Jordan. She wants to take some pictures, but I'm using the camera right now. Dang. I feel like I need to change this.
just want to see like what angle. So like, do I need to look at the camera more when I'm talking? I don't understand that.
No.
Okay.
If you're talking and choose the camera, look at the camera. Otherwise, you can kind of just stay engaged with the talker. But like, try not to be like so side profile. Like you're kind of like looking face to the camera, but like, oh, okay. And then like, if they say something that imagine the audience is another person. So every once in a while, you're like, like if you're having a group combo.
Yeah, just because I couldn't see that, so it's fine.
I know a couple people that were
For sure. All right. All right, y'all. I think we're all set up. Look at that. Oh, hold on. Just kidding. That's a great frame to be frozen on. Let's try to fix that.
Oh, sorry, what's your name? I'm Kelly. Jack.
All right.
All right, you good?
There we go.
Set up?
Yeah.
Any crawling for you anymore?
Nope, we're good.
All right,
Thank
cool.
you.
They go pretend they work for
All right.
because they haven't seen me all
Let's see if we got audio. That should be good. No, they can't see you. Can you talk?
Oh yeah. Testing.
Okay, good.
Testing.
Nice.
Okay. So y'all, we're get you over here on this side while they play. So follow me this way. Okay, we're going around. And then you guys can all stand like.
Alright, open that, open that.
And then Kelly, come up a little bit more. Yeah, like right there. For now. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm playing. I mean, I didn't want to, yeah, I'm gonna play. I didn't want to interfere with the
No, it's okay if you want to play it. Yeah, we'll bother you if you hang out, right? Yeah, awesome.
I bet it will pop in.
Okay. Alright, hold on one second. I bet you yesterday. That's okay.
Alright. The angle isn't the greatest, but once we let this nice person play a game of Undertale, we will get going. Get some focus. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's do this.
And I love how, like, the entire game is, like, programmed around how the sound is, you know?
I agree. Yeah, really. Yeah, totally. Yes. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Natalie with Marco TV. Right here we have a great table called Undertale, and let's go ahead and talk about it. Can you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about this table?
Hi, I'm Kelly Corcoran. I built this thing. Yeah, this is my back glass artist right here. This is Maddie.
And I was motivational support, eh?
And motivational support. And then between the two of us, we made something that's apparently pretty popular.
Oh yeah. So this table has a really cool design. So I have so many questions to ask. How long ago did you start this project?
We had the idea as we were attending Midwest Gaming Classic 2017.
2017
Yeah,
MGC.
like the other building?
Yep, back when Midwest Gaming Classic was still at the Sheraton, actually. And,
Okay.
Over the next couple of years, I built this, and ever since then, I've been improving it a little bit.
Okay, all right. So, few years you started the project back during the almost old school MGC days. Is this the first pinball project you've done before, or have you had other projects before you started this?
Well, kinda.
Yeah, other than repairing and restoring, this is the first machine I built completely from scratch,
Yeah.
but not the last.
Okay,
Yeah, it's the first
good.
one you've actually completely built. You've had like design ideas.
Yeah, I've done visual pinball stuff since I was about 8, but this is the first time I actually built something for real.
Okay, and what kind of hardware did you use in this machine?
Pretty much custom everything.
Custom everything?
Yeah, other than the stuff that's obviously bought off the Marco Pinball Life shelves, you know,
Yep.
the flippers, mechanisms like that. Of course, that's all pretty standard stuff. But the physical cabinet, the playfield, the software, the hardware, the firmware, pretty much all of that was completely built from the ground up.
Yes.
Okay, and have you had coding experience or anything?
I have.
Okay.
You have.
So, I mean, was it hard? What was the biggest obstacle while you were, I should separate it. What was your hardest coding obstacle, and what was your biggest, like, physical playfield obstacle,
Well,
if we could call it that?
Both good questions. I'll start with the coding. I pretty much understood how a game was supposed to be programmed when I started with this, although certainly there was a lot of trial and error getting it really, really good. At some point there was a big issue where occasionally it would miss certain events, like if you got a replay it wouldn't show the animation
Okay.
and stuff like that, and I had written the entire event handling code completely from scratch, and I finally, just months ago, found the bug that was making it not work. So that was definitely a long-standing issue.
Okay, did you say you built the code, like you pretty much did the code ground up yourself? You didn't build off of any existing nothing? You just did it, you did it from scratch? That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is so meticulously amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and congrats on finding like the replay bug, by the way. Like
Yeah.
you probably lost sleep at night not knowing why that was happening
Yeah,
too.
it was irritating. Like I was taking the replay animation event and putting it up to like the absolute maximum possible priority, and it still wasn't happening. I'm like, why is this not working?
Yeah. Wow. Well, all right, that's awesome. Okay, wait, that was coding. How about playfield?
Okay, so playfield. Here's the thing about the playfield.
Not everything fit at first.
Yeah.
You even had to opt out some parts you meant to have in there.
Yeah. I didn't technically build a whitewood for this game.
Okay.
I had a board with some cardboard on it.
Okay.
But I pushed the ball around with my hand a little bit. But I
Okay.
didn't get basically any whitewood testing. And the playfield you see here is pretty much my whitewood with art on it. And there were definitely some design issues that I
Okay.
found that I didn't really think ahead for when I was designing it. And a couple of months ago, I was really sick of how almost all the shots on the back wall of the playfield would miss just
Okay.
because they'd bounce the ball straight back at you. And I took the whole back of the playfield apart.
Okay.
And I ordered some new parts. I kind of re-engineered the back shots. And that really fixed everything, I think. And it really improved the rules of the game once you could actually hit when you're really needing to hit.
Sure, right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Did you do a lot of testing on you said virtual pinball experience, like you said you've been doing that since you were younger, so did you test most of this via a VPX or?
Yeah, Visual Pinball 9 was actually the one I did it in.
Oh, okay.
And I went through 11 design iterations. It
Okay.
maybe should have been 12, but I think it went pretty well, just kind of visualizing what I wanted and making sure the measurements were right and everything.
Okay. And how many shows have you brought this pin to? How long have you been showing this?
I want to say this is the 4th show it's been to.
Fourth show?
3 of which were Midwest Gaming Classics, and it's
Yeah.
also been to
Okay,
Expo.
3 for 4 MGC. Okay, very cool. Yeah, and what was the 4th one that wasn't MGC?
Yeah, that was Expo in 2019.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they pretty much told us they wanted us to go.
Really?
Yeah.
That is really awesome. Okay, so I know we've talked. Okay, I actually want to ask you a little bit about the artwork, right? Because you did the design on that and everything.
Yeah.
Where did you get the idea, the concept from? It's so cute.
I just went with a style that I just kind of liked and felt like it fit with the characters, honest.
Really? Did you know any of the sounds or any of like the storyline before you came up with the artwork? Or I mean,
Yeah.
how did you know what you wanted to draw?
We played the game first all the way through, and then we did this after we had played it, and we were just so into the game.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. So like the characters built themselves
Yeah.
as you were playing. Like, you kind of came up with that design in your mind. That's really awesome. Have you done artwork for pinball machines before? Or is this like your
No,
first?
this is the first one that's like on anything like really official, because I'm still working on building my art profile.
Okay.
That was my first big project.
It's an awesome style. I think it speaks to a lot. I think it'll speak to a lot of people, the style. Like you're drawn to it when you look at it, and the use of the heart and like the art, everything about it is really
my style
cute.
honestly varies depending on what I'm drawing for.
That's cool. I like that. Yeah.
To cartoon, anything in between.
Okay, very cool. That's awesome. Do you want to do more designs on pinball tables in the
I'm
future?
working on another one right now.
Yeah?
We have another
Second.
game in the works right now.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, when do you think you'll be bringing a second game? Do we have any estimated timelines on that?
We don't know yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have really liked to bring it this year,
Okay.
but we moved, and that kind of took up all the time that I was going to finish up the
Yeah.
wiring.
Fair.
And that's what's a completely unique design and not based off anything. So that's gonna be cool.
Okay, that's really cool. I kind of want to play the game a little bit. We'll see if we'll get to play. But, because I want to ask questions while I'm kind of looking at it. Is he still playing?
Come over here now.
Yeah, cool. Do you want me on this side or that side? I love your outfits too, by the way. You guys look really nice together.
Yes, we are. We're cosplaying as Sunny and Basil from the game Omori.
Really?
Which honestly,
Yeah.
I love as much as Undertale.
Okay, awesome. That's awesome. Really. Oh, that's so cool, you guys. Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome. And I mean, you look dapper with along the table too. Okay, so let's talk about some of this table. Let's look at the shots. Let's talk about the artwork. Now, did you do the artwork on like all the buildings and stuff too? No, like
These
what
ones
is this?
are actually from the game, except they're smoothed out.
Okay.
So yeah, these were official from the game. The game was all in pixel style, and he smoothed out the artwork.
Okay. I may have asked you this yesterday, and I can't remember, so I'm so sorry. Skill shot. Do we have a skill shot on here?
I do indeed.
Okay.
There's a very, very difficult shot. If you pull the plunger exactly the right amount, the ball will end up going all the way up here and landing in the Alfie's lab saucer.
Okay.
But if you don't want to go to all that work, you can soft plunge just up to there.
Yep.
And as long as you don't hit anything from the bottom right flipper, you can hit the same shot and it still counts.
Okay. Very cool. That's awesome. And what is all? Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the table when I'm looking at this? What are all these modes?
All right, so each one of these is one of the major characters from Undertale, or all of them, they each have their own sort of mini game. You know, I kind of modeled this after 90s Williams games, so if you think of Addams Family mansion rooms or door panels or whatever, you know, each one is a mode.
Up here.
Each one of these characters is also represented somewhere up there.
Okay.
And you know, they each have their own timed modes or shots, with a couple of exceptions. One of which is Undyne over there, the fish lady with the spear.
Okay, hold on,
she's got a multi-ball mode.
This is Undyne right
That
here.
is
All right,
Undyne,
cool. That's cool. So that's multi-ball.
Yep. And speaking of multi-ball, you know, up here we got our secondary, kind of our mini bosses.
Okay.
Each one of these, they don't exactly have their own modes, but once you've collected all three of them, you light lock, or save as it's called. You lock 3 balls up here, annoying dog absorbs the balls, and then you get a classic multi-ball with a jackpot.
Okay. This is so pretty. All of I'm just looking at the detail. It's one of those. It's so fun to come up to a table and really look at it, especially like one of a kind, right? Because you don't even know what to expect. You can't be like, oh yeah, like
But yeah, we did have some issues putting some of the pieces in there.
which pieces?
Like that one, you can see there's a crack.
Sure, but you just say there was such intense gameplay that it was one crazy game and it was like the high score, right?
It wasn't though. It was you trying to put it in and you heard a snap and you're like,
oh, yep.
Yeah, a few parts didn't totally fit perfectly when I designed them.
Okay.
Like you'll notice the base of the ramp here, the center ramp.
Yeah.
You can see it bent up a little bit. I kind of had to do that just to get it to fit, unfortunately.
Okay.
And I discovered like a year after I had all this stuff laser cut, I had my measurement scaled wrong in Inkscape, and that's why none of my posts totally lined up. That's what my problem was.
Wow, there's a lot of planning that goes to that, and it's not really until like you don't really know until kind of working on it for a while, right? You're just like, oh, there's my problem. Oh, okay. So where are the speakers? I mean, I'm kind of looking at this, right? And you'll see most pinball machines have the speakers on the front. So where do we have the sound coming from on this?
So I replicated the Bally style from late 80s, early 90s.
Okay.
So the speakers are actually
right here.
So if you're thinking, you know, Radical, Gilligan's Island, I think Party Zone, you know, they have that style. So I kind of like that design, and that's what I did here.
Yeah, I like having the art on either side. That's really cool, and the graphics on this are very, very unique. I really like this style. I don't know, is there anything we can go through and look at?
Yeah, it doesn't let you page through anything, but everything's kind of based on the style of the actual Undertale, especially when you're playing, and it's got the green border when you're battling against an enemy or just trying to avoid battling an enemy, as the case may be. There's a screen that looks a whole lot like that, so I wanted my in-game screens to kind of look like that scene from the game.
Okay, yeah, right. Cool. Can we, do you guys want to play a game or like talk me through it a little bit? Cool, awesome.
You want an attempted guided tour?
I do. I would love an attempted guided tour, yes.
All right. might be easier
So
if I
go
just
on this
did it
side now.
because I'll
Okay.
know exactly where I want to catch the ball and everything.
Well, how about you?
Good so far.
All right.
Pardon?
It's going good so far.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
Cool. You like it? You like the pin?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. We talking 2 players or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty. So we started a multiplayer game here, which my code supports.
Yep. Oh, yes. Successfully. Yep.
Yep.
Check.
So I'm going to attempt that skill shot I told you about.
Okay. Yep.
I'm not going to do it with the plunger. It's just too hard. But I did see somebody do it while I was here, so that's pretty
So
cool.
it's doable. You know.
It
Yeah,
is
that's right. The
doable.
design is right.
Let's see. I got the ball. Whoa! No, missed that one. I feel like this thing might be a little angled to the left right now. I thought I had it right, but maybe I didn't.
I love this. I love the screen.
Okay, got the ball. So I'm going to go for one of these little games here.
Okay.
And the way you light these up, the way you qualify them, is you hit all 7 of the little red monster targets. Well,
Okay.
I say you hit the targets, but you don't really have to because every major shot you make spots the next target. So hit ramps, hit lanes, hit saucers.
Okay. It'll spot it. That's cool.
So that's one. That's my N. That was almost my T. As long as I am here, I might as well shoot for the ruins shot, which is blinking. That'll give me Napstablook, my first of the mini bosses.
Very good.
Or I could miss. I could miss horribly and lose the ball.
That was a really good shot. You actually did know what you were talking about, so I mean, you followed through.
Yeah.
And I like that there's 4 flippers on this. What made you pick the placement for your higher flippers, like the design for that? Placement.
Yeah, what I really wanted to do with this design was I didn't want to waste money on flippers that don't do much, you know? So what I had tried to lay out when I was really doing the original sketches was I wanted every flipper to have at least 2 major shots to hit.
Okay.
And I wanted every major shot to go to another flipper. I wanted it to be all about flow.
Okay.
And so, for example, here, when your ball comes out of the saucer on the left, you could let it go all the way down and grab it here. That's an option. Or you could flip it in 2 directions, either up that scoop right there, which is honestly a little challenging to hit,
Okay.
or up this flipper lane right here, where it might even land in the lap saucer.
Okay. Oh, yep. Okay.
And from the upper right, you got a couple of choices. You got the side passage from Hotland, where you lock balls and stuff like that. Or you got up to Metaton's Resort, which is a vertical up kicker shot.
It's really cute. Oh yeah, that's right. It'll come right down here. That one, it scared me the first time I played it. You know when you don't know where to anticipate the ball coming from.
I got my ball. Let's see if I can do the still shot this time. Nope. No, I missed that one. Oh well. There we go. Okay. So now I'm qualified to do a boss fight. And the current monster we have selected is Papyrus.
Okay.
The skeleton with the scarf. Here we go. Here we go. And his mode is all about the snowed area. And
Okay.
basically, you just hit shots up there. Hit the bumper, hit targets. Anything up in that corner of the playfield gives you a little points bonus.
This I love how it just I love the heart. It's so cute. I love that feature. Just
Yeah,
for the record.
when you lose a battle in the actual Undertale game, that's what happens. The little heart on the screen represents your soul in this underground world.
Okay.
Part of the battle sequence is you have to move that heart around to dodge enemy attacks.
Okay.
And I was actually planning early on to have a mode where you have to use the flipper buttons to control the heart and dodge things, but I never really ended up implementing that. So that
Okay.
could be something for the future.
Cool. I like that.
And I see that we can see all the insert lights really well now.
Yeah.
It's a huge improvement over even last show.
Oh, really?
Um,
So what were the changes you made last show then from that? Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Yes, tell me about it.
There were a few changes. One of them was I revamped the lighting system on it. It
Okay.
uses a lamp matrix like a System 11 game, basically. And originally, when I designed the circuitry, the chip that I used to control the lamp matrix was a little bit underpowered.
Okay.
So all the lights, if you had one light on at a time, it would be nice and bright. Any more than that, they start to get really dim.
Yeah.
And as other lights would turn on, the lights that were off would get dim, and it looked really bad. And I ended up doing a little bit of research on how to do a lamp matrix properly.
Okay.
And I was able to come up with a better circuit design. And now I still can't hit that skill shot. But I was able to do a better lamp matrix circuit. Now everything's nice and bright.
It does. It looks really nice.
Yeah. And with fresh color matched LEDs on everything too, it helped quite a bit too.
I honestly just really like the program.
Yeah.
Which ramp do you like? Oh yeah, it is. It's pretty, isn't it? Yeah. Or you like the design, like where it pops out, how it's shot, everything about it. Yeah. It is a good color.
Blue just kind of is my favorite lately.
Okay, so I got one of those yesterday too. I don't know what that is. Okay, start bosses. And can you change
Oh.
like your modes before you start the ball? Like your boss, or can you change who you want to like what mode you'll start in that? Is that like a flipper control thing, or is that just?
You are actually in control of it. It depends on which shot you hit before you qualify it.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, the far left scoop, that's waterfall. That
Okay.
one highlights Undyne. This scoop over here. Yeah. Toriel is up here in this scoop.
Okay.
And you can keep choosing which one you want until you finally qualify the monster targets. After that point,
It's locked in. Okay,
Yep.
okay. And that's where your extra ball is too. Yeah, I see that.
Yep. And when you get an extra ball, you get a message that you are filled with determination. And that's something that throughout the whole game of Undertale, you at your save points,
Okay.
you get various messages about the area. Like, for example, the original one that you see is next to a hole in the wall, and it says, "Knowing the mouse will one day leave the hole and get the cheese fills you with determination." And so when you get an extra ball on here, it's the warm glow of the shoot again light fills you with determination.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Like, I love that. I love how you've incorporated, people are going to appreciate that when they see that, that's great. That's awesome. You got to love the snarky, yes, that's great.
Yeah. And the fans of the game really love it. Like, honestly, when our friends first saw it, trending on Twitter, they're like, "Oh my god, what? This is yours?" It's like, yes.
Yeah, pretty much every show it goes to, it ends up going viral somewhere, whether it's
Yeah.
Twitter or Reddit or
There's
something.
actually, we have traveled to our home area to play it.
Yeah. And last year's Midwest Gaming Classic, we ran into somebody who actually came to this show specifically to play this game.
Really? You had someone come specifically just for this? So, what do you want to do? Do you see yourself making more pins? Do you want to, what, is this just for fun? Is this a side project, or do you hope to, make more of these and you just kind of, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've got some people who,
I don't know
tend to
what
get...
it is for you, but
Yeah, it's kind of a hobby for me. It's just
Yeah.
a fun little thing
for
that I do.
me, I kind of want to get it turned into something a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I would love to see one of the things we designed just everywhere.
Yeah.
Honest, I would love to see that.
Yeah, the next one, the original theme that we've come up with is definitely, I'm hoping to get it to, I'm hoping a lot of people will get into it, even if it's not really a recognizable thing.
Sure. But that design also was kind of like a thing you came up with a long time ago, isn't it?
Yep. You know, when I said this was my first pinball machine I ever built, I forgot. I wasn't totally correct about that.
Okay, yeah. It seems like you really have a lot of like understanding, or like at least you self-taught how to do this sort of thing. So what was the first one?
When I was about 15, I built sort of a pinball machine. Like it had direct wired working flippers, and that was about it.
Okay.
But it was, I called it Volcano Blast.
Okay.
And the idea was there were going to be a couple of volcanoes on the playfield that were going to erupt and stuff. It didn't really get far because I didn't have the money or experience to really do a good game.
Yeah, sure.
But fast forward to present day, Volcano Blast is going to become real.
Yeah.
That is the next game. Yep, it's I turned it into kind of an anime theme, and I wrote a whole backstory for it.
Very cool.
So I'm hoping next Midwest Gaming Classic, at least, I'll be able to bring it, be able to show it off.
That's amazing. So I hope to see it here next year too. I mean, you have people coming to the event just to play this. So it's what else are you gonna make? What else are we gonna create? And we need to get more people.
I've got a couple design ideas in the works, eh? You just need to teach me how to properly do all that. I'm bad with all the wiring and stuff.
Oh, that's an easy thing. Like, you guys did the hardest part already, right? So you can learn by proxy. That's so doable. I believe in you. Like, it's one of those things, right? I mean, if you can draw, like, I feel like that you're capable of a lot more than a lot of people.
I suppose.
Don't sell yourself short. You will.
That's how I get better.
That's right.
Like, I can't do it, so you gotta try to practice even more.
Yeah, practice.
A lot of people will be like, oh, that's not a good way to look at it. But if I say, well, I'm not good at it, then it pushes me to go even further, try to be better.
Yeah.
It's a weird way to go about it, but
I understand. I also would like to tell you, I would like to point out, I love that you have your little rules listed here. So that's always the hard feat, right? Is how do you know a table if you've never walked up to it? So you at least get the basics, which is awesome, super helpful, and really, it looks really nice. Everything, the way you've printed it, everything, it just has a really beautiful flow, and I love it. I think that's why a lot of people appreciate it, maybe, I don't know. I mean, how can you not? I'm just drawn to it when I walk past it, so this is super cool. Yeah. Really appreciate like everything that you told me about. This is so cool.
So as long as we're here, you care for an inside shot?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Let me get my keys. I have one somewhere. I'm going to start up at the back box.
Cool.
That's where all the custom hardware is.
Yeah, so when I asked you about the hardware earlier, let's see the guts.
All right.
guts.
All right. So, standard insert panel, flashers all over the place, light things up extra when you're doing something right.
That's great.
So, it doesn't open very far, so you might have to pick another angle here.
Yeah.
So, on the left-hand side, we got a standard computer motherboard, power supply. Power supply also handling our flashers.
Yes.
Over here, we got the audio amplifier, which is new as of this show. And this is the first show you can hear this game at.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah, it was too quiet on the other ones.
Yeah, I started out with speakers that were too small, then an amp that was too small.
Okay.
But new speakers, new amp, we can finally hear a thing.
Speakers, amp, lights, nice and bright. Yeah, this is something you can't. You don't know that until you go to a place too. You really can't plan for some of that stuff. This is awesome.
Yeah, like it was fine before because we didn't have all this background.
Right.
noise.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now on the right-hand side, we got all my custom hardware, which I didn't know how to use circuit board design tools like KiCad at the time. I do now. Custom board set for the next game.
Yeah.
But I got everything on breadboards here. So I got a couple of Teetsies. I got a 3.5 and an LC. They're programmable boards, kind of like Arduino. If you got any viewers familiar with that.
Yep.
But I got my two solenoid drivers down at the bottom. And I got my switch matrix controller. my old lamp controller, which is half used now, and then this little augmentation up here where I said I improved the lamp circuitry.
Yeah, so you have like a separate dedicated, like,
Yep,
okay.
this is my, I want to say my roll controller. I got all 8 drivers there.
Okay.
Huge improvement when I put that in.
Yeah. So did you said you researched that to figure that out, right? Yeah. How to like kind of, improve it, and that was what you came up with?
Yep.
Was it your first design after you read up on it, and it was like that worked exactly as you expected it to?
Amazingly enough, this board worked the first time when I tested it. I was so happy.
That's awesome. Well, that life doesn't always work out that way, but hey, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I had made a previous attempt at it with a smaller board before last year, I want to say. That board did not work, but after I did the research and I made a new board, this is what I did, and it worked.
Oh, it's so awesome. So you got 2 fans, and I see 2, right? Is there any more?
That's
No,
all there is. It seems like all I needed. It doesn't seem to overheat or anything.
Yeah.
I got all my playfield and cabinet cables on Molex connectors here,
Yep.
which I'm glad I did because 2 or 3 times I've had to pull the playfield to do work, especially when I told you earlier how I had to redo the back shots. Playfield had to come out for that because I lack slide rails. You know those. You know when you pull out the playfield on a Williams game, you can reach all the way in the back. I don't have that. It just tilts up like an old system.
Okay.
So that was a lifesaver.
Yeah, that's really smart too. Yeah. That was good that you planned it. It wasn't, too late, right? And running into an issue. That's amazing. Sorry, I'm just kind of staring. Wow.
I got a couple of fuses on there.
Yeah, I was looking at, so I kind of was staring at the fuses. I saw, I was like,
yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it to you or just to some other people. There's 5 fuses on the game.
5.
So far, I've blown 2 of them.
Wow.
One of them was early on in development.
Okay.
The other one was yesterday.
Okay.
I brought the game over in the trailer. I got them all stuck somewhere over there in the corner.
Yeah.
So I reached in there, I'm trying to dislodge the ball. Game is running. Ball shorts out a GI socket. All the lights go out. But fortunately, it was just the fuse, and Rob Anthony was able to help out with that.
At least it's not like last time.
Yeah. Last time I had some issues.
Yeah, with the flippers.
Really? Oh, wait, yes, they were, did you say that they were not overheating? Did you say overheating? You told me about this.
Sort of, yeah.
Yes.
Last year, my end of stroke switches were giving me some issues.
Okay.
Like not opening. The high voltage end of stroke switches were not opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I melted 2 coils last year before I replaced all the switches, new caps, and fuses on every flipper.
Okay.
Now we're good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. That's amazing. This is so beautiful. Do you think you would design, so when you do your next pin, maybe you already have, are you going to do a same hardware? Are you going to try something different using your breadboards? I mean...
Yeah, no more breadboards on this one.
Okay.
I've actually done up the whole board set on it already. I'm doing mostly under playfield mounted stuff. I'm especially proud of my my flipper controller board. There's going to be 3 of them for 3 flippers.
Okay.
Each one is basically 1 flipper's worth of a Williams Fliptronic board.
Okay.
So it does the entire thing all through the computer. If the end of stroke switch breaks or doesn't open, the computer just knows, oh, well, the flipper went up, I better shut off the high power. So I come up with all that logic already, and all I have to do is finish up the wiring and flash my ATmega 328s, which I designed for it, and I think it's going to work pretty well. I've already tested it with flippers on a breadboard, and it seems to be working.
That's awesome.
Nicely.
I was going to ask how you tested that. You're like, you got the logic in place. I'm like, well, how'd you test that logic? That's always the fun question.
I got a solderless breadboard, which was a lifesaver for prototyping.
Okay,
so I just put my chip on there and then 6 solenoid drivers, so 2 flippers and 2 slingshots. And I just wired everything up to test everything out, and it worked the first time. So once I was sure my circuits worked, then I did my KeyCAD work, and now I have my circuit boards mounted. All I have to do is wire up my switches and my solenoids, and then my playfield wiring for Volcano Blast is going to be ready to go.
That's awesome. That's such a smart. That's a really cool way to test that too. That's always. I love asking that question. Because you never know until. But how you have to be so far along really until you're like actually on a table playing. So that's really cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. This is fantastic. You really came up with awesome ways to fix any issues you ran into. The way you designed it, it's beautiful. The artwork is so fantastic on this. I love it. I can't wait to play it more so I can learn more about it myself personally. But it's great. It's all for that's what it's all about is playing, learning, and thank you for telling us about the board. Right? We can be ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Keep playing.
I don't know. You got time for a underplay field? Or
Should we go to the next one? Next one, or can I play a game? Okay, all right. Can I play a game? Too long?
Are you gonna play?
No.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go to Motor City Taxi now.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, we gotta go. I'll be back and we'll play later.
Alrighty.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, Maddie, so much for walking me through this, showing me kind of how the things work. Really, really great team putting this together, and it's great. And good luck at cosplay. So, yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, Undertale. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, just tell me if I'm talking too much. Sometimes I start and then I stop.
All right, y'all. That was an amazing interview, Natalie with Kelly on Undertale Pinball. Oh, thank you so much. Give my mic back. We are going to migrate to Motor City Taxi, where we first started off. Benson got all his problems fixed. So we're going to shimmy over there, give us a few minutes to set up, go get a drink and a beer, whatever you want to do. It's way too early for alcohol. Don't do that. We're at a pinball show. I don't know. I drink coffee, as Shell Shot pointed out. But we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 more games to show y'all. So hang out and get comfy.
Okay.
And I saw a video. What happened?
There's Jordan.
Yeah, I'm not lying about my.
All right.
I told them that already.
I might have a shimmy accident. It actually, my setup is very precarious. I will turn it to this camera. Well, yeah, you guys can watch some of the booth action as we shimmy together.
Am I getting to play together?
Oh, yeah, yep, all you.
I'm hoping to break the million.
I hope you do. Good luck.
Yeah, this is actually working. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah, tell me if I'm... Is it? Okay. Yeah.
What's he doing?
All right, we're back in. We're gonna go get Matt. I'm gonna show you guys the other camera angle, and we will be right back. How many pins, homebrew pins? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to say. And so far, we've seen Sonic Spinball by Ryan McQuaid and Undertale by Kelly Cochran. All right, let's do this. Click over here. Oh, that's right. Gotta fix that. Ah. OBS, you're being so nice to me today. Thank you. You heard about one homebrew pin and was wondering if it's there? Yeah, which one? Which one are you looking for, Garage Pinball? Sonic Spinball? Because we did just look at that. I just said that, though. I'm excited. These guys are so awesome.
Well, I mean, there's downstairs. I'll go look for this and I'll come back. Okay.
Was she the one in the T-Rex costume last year? Yeah.
It was Undertale. Oh, yeah, we just finished Undertale. So you can watch, after we finish the stream, you can watch the archives on YouTube, Marco Pinball's YouTube page. So Kelly will be second up in that, in this stream. Oh yeah, we'll find out if he's gonna make it in visual pinball. I see him over there. I can go ask him real quick while we're waiting. Oh look, we can see Benzik, the designer of Motor City Taxi, in his game right now. He's in the city. He's like Godzilla. Now they just went quick bathroom break and show me that. Oh, you can go ahead. Oh, you have a
I like the drop targets. I didn't notice that last time. What does the back part do with the big wall?
So
Just kidding. He walked away before I could say anything. Oh look, let's listen.
Keep it simple, stupid. Like, I just wanted to know what I didn't know about, like, design. So I wanted to keep it, like, single level as much as possible. So, like, this is just going to be a jump ramp, and then I'll theme it like the Kobo Center in Detroit and have, like, what looks like the auto show on it. Because it's all it's meant to do is just be, you know, something to get over the orbit and then kick it to the uppers. I might have, you know, either like in the wall have, you know, some switches in there, like, because depending on how cleanly you hit it, defines how high up on the wall it goes. So some people are like, oh, put switches up there so that, like, it kind of gauges how high it went.
have to get up there
Yeah.
and hit those. You could have a bullseye if you smack it hard enough and then it hits the ball. You know, maybe.
Yeah, it was kind of something that like I didn't have much at the time of designing. I didn't have a lot of code planned, and so as far as like I was like, this was a marquee thing. I wanted this jump, but I didn't know how I was gonna handle it up there. So I was like, all right, I'll just put that there. And then people were like, it feels good, but I think there should be something more there. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's probably the last corner that will get finished. Like, I'll get like the fit and finish polish down here, and then like, because at the end of the day, I can have this come off a little bit further so that it kind of holds the ball. Like if you kind of, like if you rattle it a little bit, it gets stuck up there and does some stuff.
Put a switch on your bridge here to start, so that it knows that you're going up the bridge, and then maybe the back wall could be a magnet.
Yeah.
And then would grab it or something, and then you can do something with it. I don't know.
Yeah. So I have opto openings.
Oh.
I just haven't put them in. It was one of those things of I knew I needed them, but like before Expo last year, like the last Expo, this playfield was just a piece of plywood 14 days before the show, and I did a full cut, inserts, clear coat, playfield swap in that 14 days or something, because I thought that was a fun thing to do. So yeah, sounds good. Good talking to you. Oh, we're ordering. My mom sensed I was getting hangry, so she had me order Panera and picked it up. So we just chowed down on some salads in the back. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. I didn't notice you without the Godzilla costume.
Oh.
That's
Wait,
I
who's
just hired my
Barlow's
new
dog?
camera op.
Or who's Barlow's?
Barlow? Chris Franchi's dog.
Oh, yeah.
My laptop is just filled with pinball dog stickers.
It's Panda.
Panda Express?
Yes.
Dang. I want some Panda Express. Did you do it?
Yep.
You're good? Okay. And your mic? No, not yet. Here you go.
The chat being nice to us.
They're loving it. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, they're giving us all the Kyles.
That's Colin Baxter. He notoriously loves to give us all the Kyles. Is Matt Goldenbound? Oh, Joel, you made it. Why aren't you here with Boys Night Out?
It's /Marco TV.
Pinball. Marco Pinball. Matt, are you golden bound?
Huh?
Are you golden bound?
Oh, am I golden bound? No, unfortunately not, but I will at least try to make a presence at Extreme if I can.
Oh, that's what he means by golden bound.
Yeah.
Going to Lodi. Gotcha. Man,
Yeah,
all this pinball slang.
Flynn's Arcade sets up a bunch of
Lynn's
RVs or
Arcade,
something,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
for that show. So
Yeah, I'm excited to hang out with them. All right, let's
All
do
right.
this.
TV.
Joel hates me. No, you don't.
When are we started?
We're about to start right now. So you can go ahead and. I know, you gotta frame them up.
I don't have the leg strength to like squat like that.
Okay. When they show the pinball machine and stuff, can I show it? Oh yeah. I'm good at show it. You are very good.
All right, you guys are good.
We're good. Can you hear me and everything?
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
Testing.
Yeah, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Ball 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, ball 1, 2, 3. I like that.
Oh
That's
no,
great.
tilt.
Yep. Ball save. Ball save. Okay. Are you ready for this? Yeah, cool. All right. Hi, I'm Natalie here with Marco TV, and we've got this stellar pinball machine, Motor City Taxi, made by. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, my name's Matt Benzik. I am the designer, coder, and just about everything for my homebrew Motor City Taxi.
Is this the first pin you've made?
Yes. This game, I kind of had a. If you've seen the Blues Brothers, you know when Jake Blues is in the back of the church and he like sees the light, realizes he's on a mission from God. That's kind of how this machine came together as my first machine.
Okay.
I had a couple too many mimosas at a mimosa brunch, was walking home, and someone blew by me on the street,
Yeah.
blaring like some punk music, like straight from Crazy Taxi. And I
Okay.
felt like the light was shining on me that I needed to create a Crazy Taxi pinball machine.
Okay.
But then, as sobriety came back, I realized Sega's had a heck of a time at pinball, and the chances of me getting a Crazy Taxi license is really small.
Sure.
So, like any open source type or avoiding copyright problems, I took Crazy Taxi out of San Francisco, put it in Detroit, and got rid of their zany characters and put Detroit musicians as the drivers, and then drove myself right into the head of another licensing problem. So, you know, because there's no way I could ever get any of these music licenses.
Right, sure, right. Okay, so first pin, awesome, check. How have you made improvements, changes? I mean, how many shows have you done? Let's start there. Let's take a step back. How many shows have you done?
So first show that this game was at was Expo 2018.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So Expo 2018 was the first revision. It was basically only a whitewood, no lights, barely any voice call-outs. It had one multi-ball. Like, it was very bare bones.
Okay.
I wanted to bring it because there was a number of people bringing homebrews that were much more complete. And so to kind of show the process of like, hey, this is probably what you would build in your first iteration, because you don't want to cut inserts and do all that before you know the game shoots well, because
Right, functionality.
yeah, because inserts are expensive and
Okay.
they're hard to do. So so that was the first show I went to. I also did MGC that year, and then outside of that, I've done, I think this is my third MGC that it's been at.
Okay.
I've been to 2 or 3 expos, and then I've also been to Cincinnati with it.
Oh,
So
okay. Cincinnati. Wow,
Yeah.
that's I love that name. It's cute. I've never been to that, or yeah, so that's Cincinnati.
it's a fun little show. I love it.
That's very cool. Okay, so I'm looking at your table, and I see some 3D printed things. It looks like, by the looks of it,
Yep.
3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed.
Yep.
Did you 3D print these yourself?
Yeah.
Run 3D prints, or
Yeah, so my career is 3D printing, so
Oh.
I have a bunch of printers in my basement, and I tried to use as much off-the-shelf parts as I could, but there was a number of like feature components, like sculpts, this jump that I was just like, I'll 3D print it and see how it lasts. If it makes it through the show, awesome. If it doesn't, I learn how to iterate, which actually this bridge is the second iteration.
That was going to be my next question. Okay.
That the front edge, when it got hit by the balls, like direct head on, it started to crack. So I changed some.
What did you change on the design?
Basically, this front edge I beveled a little bit, and then
Okay.
I also made the wall thicker so that it
Okay.
was hard. The ball has to shear more material if it does want to break.
Okay.
And so far, it's held up. I'm not good at pinball. I brick a lot of shots, and I
Uh-huh.
haven't broken that yet, bricking it. So
Okay.
we'll see how it holds up at the show. So
Okay, very cool. And what sort of hardware have you been using on this? And I know I saw the back glass yesterday, but how do you have this laid out on the inside?
yeah, so the control system I'm running is the multimorphic P3 Rock system.
Okay, P3. Okay.
So that's it is a hardware like kind of brain that communicates to all the different boards in the machine. So you've got your input boards, your output boards, and your lighting boards.
Okay.
All of those talk to the main brain, and then the main brain talks to a computer in the machine
Okay.
to handle all of like the rules and the display and all that. So the main brain is constantly asking everything on the playfield, hey, did you get hit? Like, this switch get hit? Did this switch get hit? And it's constantly polling and then telling the computer, hey, the sling got hit. And the computer goes, well, I'm in super slings mode, so I'm going to give the player extra points. So that's the kind of the hardware layout
Yeah.
of the machine.
Okay. And did you program all this yourself? Did you write
Yeah.
everything? And did you start from the ground up, or did you write all your own code? Did you start? I mean, do you? Oh wait, I think. Oh, there's Cincinnati. Sorry. Do I see like mission? Did I see? Do you have a mission thing?
So, so I have a flipper code, and if you type it in wrong, it'll play us out.
Yeah,
But,
I failed.
so, my game is running Skeleton Game. So
Okay.
in Homebrew Pinball, there are two main control systems. Unless you're Kelly and did it totally the hard way of writing your own framework,
Okay.
Undertale.
Yeah,
um,
Undertale, yeah.
There is Skeleton Game and Skeleton Game and Mission.
Okay.
And Skeleton Game is more like code based, where it's built off of what are called event handlers. So like if, let's say this target right here, this mover target gets hit,
Yeah.
I have a handler that, or a event that says, if this target is hit, run this block of code.
Oh, if. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like if else if.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, so as far as the like writing code for it, it's Skeleton Game is a lot more intensive, but it allows you much more degrees of freedom to play.
Sure.
Because there's things like, if you look at what Multimorphic's doing with the P3 platform, they have Twitch connected pinball. So when streamers play, they can connect their Twitch to the game, and you can donate bits to cause events in the game to mess with the player.
Oh, that's actually
And
really
so,
cool. Yeah.
and Twitch has a library,
Yeah.
or what's called an API, to allow programmers to interface with their ecosystem. And so with Skeleton Game, because it's more it's more code based, I can import the Twitch library. I can import a Discord library and go like,
Right. With this, are you because of he? Wait, I'm just
because
trying to try and
of
follow.
Skeleton
Because
Game.
it's Skeleton Game.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Now,
okay.
now with Mission, you can do that. It's just a little bit. It's not. You have to basically do the same amount of work with a little. It's just a little bit different in how Mission handles that sort of stuff. You can still
Okay.
do custom scripting,
Yeah.
but Mission is like a platform that it is much faster to get a game together, because it's built to assist non-coders, whereas Skeleton is written by a bunch of coders that like it's built to be like that because that's what the people that built it do. So
Yeah. Okay.
so like games like TNA, Rick and Morty, those, I think even Alice Cooper Nightmare Castle, those are all Skeleton skeleton game based games.
Okay.
And as far as like a starting off point, they have some demo code
Sure.
that basically I gutted everything I didn't need
Yeah.
out of that code and then
Okay,
rewrote
right.
whatever. So
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. That's really cool. Okay, let me ask a couple of table rules. Can I play a game?
sure.
Yeah. Do you mind like walking me through it while I play? Because I see that, or maybe there was writing, but it's kind of I see Newber people Detroit.
Yeah,
and
so
you-
yes, ma'am.
all right.
All right, so let me give you the kind of like quick overview of the game.
You want to-
So,
you don't have to.
awesome. So right here we have Detroit People Mover.
Okay.
In Detroit, we have this great public transit system called the Detroit People Mover.
Okay.
It is an above-ground monorail that only goes in one direction around the city.
Okay.
That's the Detroit People Mover. You complete that free bank to light your next station.
Okay.
Right here, you've got 3 green lights. That's the Woodward Dream Cruise multi-ball.
Okay.
Complete those 3. Lock the ball 3 times in the scoop, and you'll get a multi-ball.
All right. My goal is to try and get multi-ball. All right.
Awesome.
Keep going.
So right now, see all these red lights all through here? These are all your locations.
Okay.
We're a taxi game. We got to pick people up
Right.
and drop them off around Detroit.
Okay.
So the first 6 modes are unlocked by the spinner.
Okay.
So you're going to hit the spinner 6 times, and then
Okay.
you'll notice that 8 of these lights are going to turn green, that they're ready to be played.
Okay. Okay.
So if you want to plunge, let's get at it.
Sure do. Oh, is there a skill con?
Center.
Flashing. Cool.
Yep.
You have a ball
And
save.
ball save, so we should be good.
Thank you for being forgiving.
It needs a little bit of help. Yeah, you'll just have to plunge it. So these centers right here, those spell out Detroit.
Okay.
Above it, there's a sculpt that is the Spirit of Detroit statue.
Okay.
If you complete all 7 letters, you unlock Mystery, which is worth 1,000,000 points, and can also unlock some secret levels. So you're on warning 1, just so you know. I don't have an audio call out.
That's good to know. Thank you.
And then, so this right here is themed after the Ambassador Bridge, which is one of the ways to get to Canada from Detroit. So,
Okay.
The idea of this game being my first game was I
What
wanted to
made you
keep
pick
it simple.
Detroit? Yeah, what made you pick Detroit?
I live in the Metro Detroit area.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So you got ball 1 locked. So now you can select a fare. So use your right flipper and you can scroll through. Let's hit once. So we can select the Fox Theater by hitting both flippers.
Okay.
So hit those both.
That's really
And now it's going to fire the ball out and we have to complete the drop target back.
Okay.
So they'll
Don't
clear
lose
out.
that. Yeah, okay.
But now you see the Fox Theater up there is now complete.
Ah, okay.
And so before we plunge,
Yep.
if you look, see how they're kind of in rows together?
Yeah.
So what that is each of these squares is a mini wizard mode,
Okay.
and each of the inserts following it are locations related to that wizard mode. So like up here is
Yeah.
all your venues, like places
Okay.
you can go see a show in Detroit. So you've got like the Fox Theater, the Masonic Temple,
Okay.
and then once you complete all these 3,
Yeah.
then this insert will start flashing that you can do like a multi-ball.
Okay.
Once you complete all 6, then the center will light up, and then that'll be like your ultimate wizard
Mode. Okay.
So-
Cool. All right. I'll try and get the skill.
The worst part about programming a wizard mode is I'll probably never actually get to it because
Okay.
I'm just bad at pinball.
Is wizard mode like a really hard thing to code for? Is that like is that really like a big deal, or it's just like you're so close to finishing, but you just are like I mean.
So, I only have the 6 green lights that are flashing right now. Those are the only modes or locations that are programmed. Because I'm not a programmer by any means.
Really?
I
3D printing. So
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Oh, okay.
So if you heard it said mystery unlocked, hit the left scoop, that's because you completed your Detroit targets, which you can see up here. Spirit of Detroit, now they're all black.
Oh,
And see how they're lit up blue now? So now you've got your mystery. So now you got a million points.
And second
Ball
ball.
2.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll do a skip fair, and we're going to unlock the multi-ball.
How do I skip there?
So skip fair, we're going to hold both buttons to return to the playfield. So just hit both.
These buttons?
Yep.
Okay.
Now you've got your ball back.
Cool.
So if you post pass to your right flipper, you'll be able to.
Crap.
Yeah.
But I did do the post pass
It's
successfully.
all 3, and you might have to help it plunge because.
That's cool.
And then hit both flippers. There we go.
And now, what do I want to do on multi-ball for points?
So right now it's hit the orbits, but I basically only got programmed get it into multi-ball and then figure out everything else later.
Okay.
And we'll have to give it a little nudge. Oh,
What a
dang.
bummer. But I did get that. That was my goal. To like, achieve the objective that I wanted to achieve. So that's pretty exciting. I had another question too that I thought of while I was playing. Artwork. How did you do this?
So this is, I stole this background from an artist, Mario Zucca.
Okay.
He does a bunch of like city-based artwork, and like a true hack, I didn't ask permission before using it.
Sure.
So I just use that as a placeholder for now.
Okay.
All of the HUD and like the different displays that like, so right now you can see that you've got 5 green modes open, 0, 0, 0. So that's
1, 2, 3, 4. These 5 green lights.
and then you had finished this one. So before you were at 6. So this is what tells you how many locations you have unlocked while you're playing.
Okay.
And then as I get further into the code, I'll have it do call outs like, hey taxi, hurry up, shoot the left scoop. Come on, like, let's go. But I've barely gotten the music player to work, so getting all that. And there's 4 drivers in the game, so we're playing on the Aretha Franklin driver, which plays a lot of Motown. So we have this song, and then Respect and Sing, and then we also have Grizz, who's very popular in the EDM world, and also from Detroit. Lizzo was from Detroit as well. So we have her in there, and then Bob Seger. I'll probably add more. I've heard Jack White is actually a huge pinhead.
Oh my gosh!
So I want to. Originally, I was like, oh, there's no way I would be able, to put Jack White in a game, and if I were to ever get this close to being a thing, there's no way I would get that license. And someone's like, yeah, Jack White's a huge pinhead, and I'm like, all right, I guess we're adjusting some code now.
I think that's awesome. That's so cool. Awesome.
Sweet. So if you look, your green lights are flashing again.
Yeah,
So that means you can. So you don't have a lock open, but you can re-enable your lock.
Oh, okay. And then how do I finish that last code up in the? You told me earlier.
So-
I can't remember.
So this guy right here.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Yeah, that one.
So that means you completed that location. Whether you succeeded in completing the drop bank and then hitting the left scoop, or just drain out, that one's complete now.
Where should I be shooting right now? What would you suggest?
So you have modes unlocked. So I would say shoot the left scoop
Okay.
at your earliest convenience.
You got it. It's too late on all 3. That was really cool. I really like the music that plays along with it. It's hard for me to kind of not just want to be like, all right.
So one of my design goals for the and it moves incredibly slow, so it'll take 2 minutes for us to actually get your name entered.
Yeah, I got all the time in the world for my initials.
With this game is I wanted it to be what I call a KISS game of keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah.
That's why it's a single level playfield. There's no crazy ramps or jump. Everything's pretty simple. I didn't want to design anything mechanically or like draw up anything that I couldn't actually design in CAD. I didn't want to design anything in CAD that I couldn't actually write code for. And so I was like, you know, I want to keep it simple, make it fast, fun, and that anyone can come up and play it. So like as far as like a Stern reference, I would say like I want my game to be as close to Deadpool as I can get it. Because Deadpool is a game. Anyone can walk up to it and have fun. It, like, you know, I have an Iron Maiden. I have my mom play my Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
She has no idea what's happening.
Sure.
Like, oh, you have to hit the 5 eddies, and then you can hit the, she's angry that I just said that she has no idea what's happening. So, the,
How many characters do your initials take?
any, you can add as many as you
How
want.
do I end it?
Go to the equal sign.
Oh, thanks.
So the so like Iron Maiden, you have to hit the 5 eddies and then hit the jump to start that mode that's lit up down here. It's a player's game. It's a tournament player's game, and it is a fantastic game. But not everyone knows how to play it. Whereas Deadpool, you just sit there and double flipper and get the cool call-outs, and
Yeah.
you feel fantastic.
That's right.
You get mini Deadpool multi-ball with like very little effort, and that's actually one of the things. Like my first game that I ever bought was Space Shuttle,
Okay.
which has a very super easy multi-ball. Like
Okay.
like the locks are always open. Hit one, hit the other, and then straight up 3-ball multi-ball. And so I was like, I want that in my game. That like you have to just hit, 3 targets, hit the scoop 3 times, so that like any player can at least get 1 multi-ball while they
Sure.
play.
I think that's a really nice incentive to keep people wanting to play if they
Yeah.
don't know what's going on. I like that. That's really cool.
And that was also part of like the musical choices. Like,
Yeah.
I like EDM and rap and rock, but that's not everyone's taste.
Right,
So
sure.
like I wanted to bring it so anyone could walk up to this game and go, "Oh, Aretha Franklin, awesome! I'll jam to Motown." Or some little like kid Zoomer wants to listen to EDM. They're like, "Oh, Chris, he's not my favorite, but it's better than Bob Seger." And but I'm jamming to Bob Seger to the point where I'm like getting tired of it because it plays the same 3 songs over and
Sure,
over
you
again.
hear it in
But
your sleep.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Any changes you plan on making to this table in the future? Well, possibly maybe
Yeah.
the music. Or playing stuff.
So if you notice, there's some features that are just sitting. Specifically, back in this corner here, notice how there's that flap that's
Sure do.
just sitting there?
Yep, sure do.
So there is actually a hidden scoop under this
I
plastic.
can see it. I can
So-
see it.
So right here
I forgot.
is basically another pathway for the ball to go.
Okay.
For each of the locations, you have
Yeah.
to start them on this scoop.
Okay.
But I wanted to be able to end the ball in different places so that it wasn't all like it doesn't feel like a Pride of Pinbot where it's one shot to get points and you just keep hitting that shot.
Sure.
I wanted different places for the ball to end. The other feature that will get added is there's a trap door in here.
Okay. Yeah.
So most trap doors in pinball open up vertically,
Okay. Yeah.
which take a lot of room under the playfield because
Okay.
it's a large mech.
Yeah.
I custom designed a rotating trapdoor that's driven by a stepper motor that can open up and just open up a huge hole in the playfield without taking a bunch of room in my on the underside.
That's really cool. That's a really smart design. I
The-
like that.
The last like innovative feature I have is so this scoop has a custom mechanism attached to it that it's an open back scoop. We'll have Kyle overlay what part number that would be from Marco. But so it's an open back scoop that I took a Williams auto fire mech and put it at a 45 and drilled a hole through the mech so that it can fire the ball out the back of the scoop and into a subway. So there's actually a subway that runs from here through the pop garden and here. So
Oh my God! They're not gonna expect that sneaky surprise.
exactly.
Oh!
So this trapdoor, you can see how this is aimed. If you didn't know that was a trapdoor, it's just like, oh, you're just firing at a rubber.
Yeah.
Well, now this shot, it can supply the pop garden, or it can hit the trapdoor to end a mode.
Cool.
And then for higher level modes, like this one,
Yeah.
that unless I have the drop target up, this is always open and attainable. This hoop, however, you can only hit when I want you to hit it.
Right.
So for a higher level mode that for more powerful players, I might only pulse that diverter every 5 seconds for a second. And so you
it's
might
like a
have
moving shot.
Yeah, you have 10 seconds to finish the mode. And if that thing closes for 5 seconds and you miss the next one, you're not completing the mode, and you're not getting that extra bonus. So it's trying to keep it simple, but basically this whole update came from Expo 2018, I think. Basically, I had Roger Sharp and Dennis Nordman play the game, and Roger was like, I have no reason to shoot your pops. He's like, there's nothing there. The ball gets stuck there. It stops the flow. I don't like it. You have to do something different. Like, have it come out this way. And I'm like, Roger, I know you're really good at pinball, but physically, I can't get a ball through a wall. Physics, it just doesn't work like that, you know? So then Dennis Nordman was like, you left space here. That is a cardinal sin. Don't do that.
Yeah.
You have to put something there so that sales, whatever you want to put there, make it twice as big as it needs to be, because sales will tell you you can only do half that and you still get the feature you want. Which I think Elwin and all them talked about on the Godzilla, that they made that drawbridge mech. They're like, oh, sales is totally going to take this out. There's no way we're getting it in. And then they're like, oh, we love it, do it. I'm like, oh, crap. All right. So those are some features that I'll be adding. I'll be putting a couple sculpts, and then hopefully Expo this year I'll have new back glass art. So I'll actually have, I have an artist that's going to be doing my back glass, and it'll only be a mock-up, just to make sure that, what my vision is and what his vision are the same before we try to cover the whole playfield. Plus, my playfield might change a little bit.
You're designing add-ons, so that's really cool.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for that. See what he comes up with. He's been in the pinball community a little while, but done art for a couple machines across the pond, and I think this will be his first U.S. pinball machine, so I'm super excited.
Awesome. I can't wait to follow up and see at the Pinball Expo and see how that artwork looks, and get to see how it's transitioned. It's really cool that you designed add-ons. I don't know if people typically do that, but I like how you have that covered with the rubber bands. That's really smart. I don't know if that's a typical thing, but that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, so this up here, basically after Expo 2019 or whatever year, this whole upper section got completely redesigned. This is playfield V5 at this point, and every time I start from scratch. Because it's just faster, because I'm a mechanical engineer by trade and training, but my CAD skills are not that great. So it's I liken it to someone doing Photoshop and not using layers. That's kind of how this has come together, and which is a terrible way to model, because you mess with one thing and all of a sudden, I'll move this target, and for some reason, this wall was spaced off of that target, and it'll freak out and put the wall way out here, and it's just oh geez, we're starting from scratch. But yeah, it's a work in progress, and I don't know if I'll have this playfield in it for Expo or something newer. It just depends on what happens, because work is crazy.
Yeah, sure. Awesome. Yeah. Fair call. I mean, it's playable. I had a good time. I learned a lot, so I can't wait to build off of that. This is awesome. This is great. It's a really unique machine, and it's simple design, but I love it. It's more than just a simple design. It's clean, and like you said, different player types can play. So this is a good segue game for beginners.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yep. So thank you so much for walking me through this. I can't wait to see you at Pinball Expo again, and thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, do you like the laser?
Yeah, that's been.
All right, y'all. That was another amazing interview. This was with Matt Benzik from Motor City Taxi. Joel, I blame you. I hope they asked how Matt cut his plastic. Sorry about that. But next time you see me, you just have to ask. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to move over to the next pin. We'll see who's here. We still have Castlevania to look at, dumpster fire, this beer pouring pinball machine. Ed Owens is Ghost in the Shell. And I think one more. It's a lot of homebrew games here. Midwest Gaming Classic really knows where it's at. So, thank you, Matt.
No problem.
All right. We will see you guys soon. And just a quick setup change. Oh, hey, Ed. We're going to interview you soon, but not yet. So don't come over here. Stay over there. Over there. All right, y'all. I'll give you some ambient sound.
Do you need help moving stuff?
Yeah. I don't know who we're gonna go to first.
What?
Unfortunately.
That's great. I'm just gonna push it to the side for a second and then find out who the next person is.
I think I'm trying to think where.
All right, y'all. We are back. Sending the data. Almost. It's just resyncing. 30 seconds. Welcome back, everybody, on Facebook and YouTube. Sorry for that quick switch over. We've been streaming for a while, so we had to just restart OBS. If you are a live streamer that uses OBS, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, we're back on Marco Pinball on Twitch. They're getting their stuff ready. Come on over. Okay, I think we're ready.
How the tap. This is the rules, just to how the tapper works.
Yeah.
Not the rules, the actual game, because like the rules are fairly simple. It's just Flight 2000 rules. So.
All right, we're ready.
All right.
We're ready? Okay, good to go? All right. Hey, you've got Natalie here with Marco TV. We've got another homebrew to look at. We've got Doug here. Doug, do you mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about this table?
I'm Doug Manley. I built the game. It's a Flight 2000 retheme, but there's a lot of extra stuff to it too. As far as I know, it's one of only 3 games that I built that actually dispenses beer when you earn it.
So this actually dispenses beer if you pull this cap down. This is fully functioning, and
It is, yes.
yeah. Well, not today.
Not
we know
today,
not
because
today.
we can't serve beer here at MGC.
Yeah, kid friendly. Just not gonna do that here. So, how do you get the free beer? If you get a replay or an extra ball, I mean, how do we qualify for this beer?
It is an extra ball. It uses the same settings that the game originally used in the coin door settings. You can set the level at which you earn an extra ball. Make it easy, make it hard, whatever you want. Once you earn an extra ball, you can also earn a beer.
All that hard work pays off
It does.
after you use that extra ball. Okay, so how long have you been bringing pinball machines to events? Because this isn't your first table, is it?
No.
Okay, all right, so yeah, tell us a little bit about that before we go into game rules on this.
Okay, so I started MGC. I've been taking games here for about 15 years in all the different spots that they've been to. And I actually brought the other trilogy game, which was based on Bally Star Trek,
Okay.
So, like I said, I've made 3 of them.
Okay.
The other one was based on Family Star Trek, and I brought that one here 3 years in a row, I believe, 2011, 2012, and 2013.
Okay. What's the significance of the table name Trilogy? Because you've made a few variations of this.
Yes. So way back when I had like my little company, I was making shirts like this.
Okay.
And so that was my t-shirt company, Trilogy, and then I started homebrewing as just a hobby. And so naturally I called my homebrew Trilogy Beer, Trilogy Brewing. And so when I decided to make a game, I wanted to combine my 2 hobbies, making beer and playing pinball, into one thing.
Homebrew, homebrew,
Yep.
homebrew, homebrew.
And pinball.
And pinball, yes, that's very cool. Okay, so what's the hardware that's in this table? Like, how is this running? What is this based off of? I know we've talked about this a little bit before, but for people who haven't seen this table.
So this is still just running the original hardware and software of Flight 2000. It's got the Altec boards in it, but it's just running Flight 2000.
Okay.
And I do have a tap that taps into the switch matrix, which allows me to do custom sounds and music, but unfortunately that's not working today.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that happens. That happens. So did you have to build this whole cabinet from
Yes.
scratch? Okay, because I know you have it has hardware that you're using from it, but how did you build this? What did you build it like? Tell me a little bit more about this because it's a really beautiful table, and we'll eventually get closer and you can see all the artwork on it. But I mean, even the box, the design. Did you do all of this? Yeah.
Yes. So I had to figure out a way to get a fridge because I wanted it all contained into one unit.
Okay.
So I had to figure out a way to get a fridge into the game. So we'll have to look at the sides, but if you look at the sides of the game, it's like gets very deep at the back. And so that allows me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
So I had to design that, and so that gives me enough room to have a fridge that slides out the back, and you drop a small 3-gallon keg in there. And so I had to design the cabinet, the back box. Obviously, I had to design that too because the tapper's in the middle. This is solid. There's lights behind here.
Yep.
But all your electronics is accessed from the back side. The panel just opens up.
Okay.
So kind of like an older EM, you'd access it from the back side versus removing the glass from the front and accessing your electronics that way.
Have you ever seen a table designed like this before? I mean, how did you figure out how you needed to make this custom build to fit what it is you were seeking to do?
I just kind of winged it. Took some measurements. I never really even drew a plan. I just kind of started building. It was all in my head.
Okay.
And so, like I said, I built the first one. It was about 2010 I started it. Finished
Okay.
like 2011. And that one, I learned some stuff like what I did wrong, what I could do better. And so that's why I decided to make this one based on Flight 2000. And Flight 2000 was a perfect choice because it's not only wider than your average pinball machine, it's also longer.
Okay.
So that gave me that much more room to put the fridge in there. And I was also able to get a hold of 2 Flight 2000 games. So I actually made 2 that are exactly like this.
Really? Oh, you have like 2 models of this?
I have 2 models. The other one is at Pinball Life. Terry bought it from me.
Okay.
And it's not white wood like this. It's a red stain on it. So that one is red, and it's got gold trim on it. So it's kind of its own thing, too.
Okay, wow, that's really cool. Okay, so, let's talk about some of the design on this because it's really pretty. There's a lot. Did you tell me it was hand painted?
Yeah, like hand painted and using stencils and airbrushing, like a lot of freehand airbrushing, a lot of freehand drawing, but also like using the stencils with the airbrush too. Everything is painted. There's no decals on it at all.
It's really pretty. Where'd you come up with the concept for the artwork or what you were going to put on the table? Because I know you talked about Trilogy and that was kind of, the homebrew brand, but like what made you come up with the concept you wanted for the design of this table? Because it's really so beautiful when you look at it.
So I knew I wanted hops because, like, you know, it's an important part in the brewing process. So, like, I got the hop vine growing there. A lot of this stuff is also just kind of like the sword and the shield. That was just kind of one of the designs I did for, like, one of my shirts, like,
Okay.
years ago. So that kind of transferred over. And then the 2 minks I used in one of my shirt logos. And so I just wanted to incorporate it into the game. The solar eclipse is another like artwork that I had done and used it on a shirt.
Yes, I loved. So this was actually the first thing I noticed when I was really looking. I mean, yes, the hops is gorgeous, but I loved all the sculpt. When I looked closer, I just knew that was like I'm like, that's not a stamp, that's not a stamp. I'm like, this is really nice. I just think it's well done. It's really pretty.
Yeah, so all the skulls are done with like a stencil that has all the different, it's called a freehand stencil.
Okay.
And it's just got like a bunch of little skulls on it. You can move them around and choose the skulls that you like and just airbrush them in wherever you want. So like you can see I use those in just various areas where I
Yeah.
thought they'd look kind of nice. And like kind of the brickwork and the barrels all like just kind of hand painted.
Where did you get the barrels? I can't tell. I'm always like picking out who's 3D printing stuff or who bought pieces. So.
Okay, so my friend Scott printed me all the barrels.
Okay, so it is 3D printed.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
And he also printed me that, the barrel.
And I didn't notice it the first time when I looked at it because you painted it and you did such a good job painting it. It kind of masked that, you know, it's really nice. I'm really
Thank you.
glad I asked you that. That was a later thought I had after looking at this table too. Yeah, it's really nice. It's pretty because all the little barrels on the, when you look at it, I was like, are those
Yeah.
printed? That's all 3D printed too?
Yep.
It's really nice.
That was Scott Denisi did all that for me.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yep.
that's all very nice. Did you have any problems when you designed them with how it played on the playfield, like the ball when it was moving? Were there any adjustments you had to make
You know,
after adapting that?
I didn't really notice any, but like as soon as I got the game, I tore it down and started right away. So I have nothing to really compare it to, but like I've played other Flight 2000s and I don't really notice a difference because the rubber is still in the same area and the way that he designed it, it's still the same width as what like a star post or like a concentric ring post would
Okay,
be. So
sure.
all the rubbers are in the same locations.
That's cool.
So I highly doubt you'd notice a difference, but maybe like somebody that's really, really like into Flight 2000 might notice a little bit of
Okay,
difference,
yeah,
but
sure.
I doubt it.
Cool.
And the plastics, I drew the plastics out, and then I had my friend Andrew Barney,
Okay.
laser cut me all the plastics for that. And then I painted the plastics. I had to do reverse because the painting is on the back side.
Oh.
So, for example, like for this piece here,
Yes.
the red had to be done first,
Okay.
then the silver, then the black.
Ah.
Versus like here, it's
Yep.
black, then silver, then I could put whatever else I want on
Yeah.
top of
Okay.
it.
So yeah. So you had to flip.
Yep.
the order of operations depending on where it was going. Yeah.
Yep.
For how you were going to do
Yep.
it. And did you think about that ahead of time? You like, or was that was a good, well, pre-planned? It wasn't oh no, I got all this cut, now I did it wrong. Or...
Yeah, no, it was pre-planned. I knew I had to do the artwork on the back side, and I knew I was going to have to do it reverse. And I'm just a hobby artist. I don't have any formal training or, I was high school. I took all the art classes I could, and that's about it. That's my only training in art. So.
Wow, it's beautiful. Like honestly, this is one of the most. I don't know if I've ever seen like a hand painted table like this. Like it's gorgeous. I like this is like one of the most like. I don't know how to compare it. Like, it's like one of the most beautiful cakes you'd ever see, right? Like, I don't know. It's just the way it's done. It's beautiful. It's elegant. And it's just well done. And it's really cool that those came from t-shirt designs. And I didn't know that. That's awesome. Can I play a game? Will you
Absolutely.
maybe like, do you want to
Yes.
do 2-player? Tell
Sure.
me a little bit about it.
Start
2-player?
Yep.
Yeah? All right. You want to be player 1? Or?
Player 2.
Okay, cool.
Because I think you're going to be better than me. So I'm not very great at pinball either.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm very good either. So, I'm gonna assume I'm shooting around up here. Wait, skill shot? Wait, did we talk about this? Is there a skill shot? Remember?
Well, Not necessarily, no, because it has to roll through one of those. Like, it can't go anywhere other than that, so it's just going to go through there.
Okay.
So there really isn't a skill shot.
Okay. I always, that's always my first question, because you never know.
Now, at this point, for ball 2, you might consider a skill shot, because you don't want to get the one that you've already unlit.
Okay.
You want to try to get, because
Sure.
by unlighting these, you're lighting it up over there.
Okay.
So you want to unlight the lit shots and light them up over there.
Unlight lit shots to light up over there.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to hit the flashing target.
Yep.
Plays nice, very nice and smooth. Actually swap me this way, yeah. Those targets have the same skull that's in that design. In the Eclipse, I think you said it was.
Yep.
That's nice. That's a nice. That was a nice placement for the skulls. I like that.
So there it is, walking it through because the 2 balls are locked already. And now to qualify the 3rd lock, like I said, you've got to get you got to get all the letters spelled and then complete the drops, and then you can qualify your 3rd lock to get the multi-ball.
You got an extra ball, it looks like, right? You were player 2?
I guess I did, yeah.
Congratulations.
I
It's
guess
your
it's set
beer.
really, really low. I guess I had a party last time and left it really low so that everybody got a beer.
Oh,
So I would have
okay.
earned a beer already.
Yeah, you. 1 beer earned. We need a little counter. Beers earned. 1.
Oh,
I love I can't get over the 3D printed barrels. Honestly, like that was so sneaky. I didn't notice the first time I looked at it. That was really good. Okay, so I want to hit the. I want to unlight the lit shots.
yep. So
and
you want
light
to
that side.
roll over the lights and down here too.
Okay.
And the flashing drop also spots one of the letters too.
Oh, and no ball save,
No ball
right?
save, nope.
So that was an unforgiving ball. Good thing I'm a ball free player.
A lot of these, classic solid state games, they can be a ball 3 game. You
That's
need
right.
one good ball.
That's right. Did you have to use any different types of legs to account for the weight of this table for the machine?
I did not. I used the rib ones versus the Stern would have had like a non-rib, but I think the rib adds a little bit of strength.
Okay.
But if it can hold up like something like a Hobbit, I think this weighs probably less than like a Hobbit or like a Wizard of Oz.
Okay, I was actually going to ask you weight-wise, how
I think
different was this from existing pins?
If it's good enough for them, those are the same legs they use, so like they got heavy games.
Yeah. Wow, that's so cool that you designed an add-on like that though, but there was it just was that's really cool.
Thank you.
And you did it on I just did it and it worked. That's awesome. That's really impressive. And
Yeah.
how's the beer that you brew, by the way? What kind of beer is it?
I typically like to do oatmeal stout and Scottish ale are my 2
Okay.
favorites. I really prefer beers that are like malt forward. Oh, and you got an extra ball too.
Oh, yay! I just got a beer. Natalie, beer 1. Yeah, beer count. We're 1-1 right now. That feels really cool. I don't know how many games I could say my beer count's 1-1.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. I really like the concept. Where do you want to where do you want to see these pins? What we know you said someone bought them. But do you want this to be like in breweries? What's kind of what would be your
cool.
driving force?
Boy, I don't know. A brewery would be cool. Ideally, I believe it's like a novelty item where somebody has a party and they serve beer out of it or something. If it were in a home location,
Yeah.
that's what I would see it being used for. Have your friends over, put a 3-gallon keg in there, and try to drink all night, right?
Yeah, that's it's awesome. And the lights that you added above the tap is really nice. What kind of lights are those? Are those the same lights that you use in the pinball machine?
Yep,
too?
those are just the reflector spotlights. You'll see them on other games on the play field. You'll see them
Yeah,
like
that's
there.
exactly what I thought it was.
Yep.
But I wasn't sure. I was like, oh no, maybe it's just like a little tiny recessed light. No, I thought so. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I've seen that Godzilla. They aim the spotlight
Yep.
right towards the building. Yeah. Yep. Okay,
So that's
cool.
all it is. Just a lot of pinball parts, a lot of repurpose. Oh, stuff like
What's
that.
this? Is this a pinball piece too?
No, actually, I made this out of metal.
Okay.
And so, like, and that's actually malted barley.
Okay.
And it's like encased in a plastic thing, so obviously
It's good forever.
It's good forever. And I made this as well, not the grade itself, but the actual, this is metal too.
Okay.
So, like, I did a lot of welding to create stuff like this and like that. And if we do take a look at the inside, you'll see the carriage that I have for the fridge is like a custom welded, like, carriage that, like, allows the fridge to hold itself.
Okay. I think we should be able to pull it out to look at it.
Or we can lift up the play field and just look at it that way too, without like.
Oh sure, yeah, absolutely. Oh look, and you even have Trilogy right here.
Yep. So that's another Scotch and EC.
That's 3D printed.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And then so like with the add-on of the programming for the sounds and running the tap and running the topper and everything. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, sorry. So the sounds, the tap, all that programming, my brother-in-law, Kevin Bong, he did all that. So, like, he did the add-on programming for the additional items, so.
He did the add-on programming for that.
To make you earn a beer and to run the topper.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about how that's incorporated for it to, yeah.
That's run on a Raspberry Pi.
That's run on Raspberry Pi?
Yes.
Did he have issue? Do you know? Was he like, oh, not this again? Did he take a lot? Was it a trial and error?
It was difficult because when he was trying to sense the switches, apparently there's a lot of noise that's just constantly there that he's like had to deal with, and it was tough for him to figure out how to program it to actually like sense switches. So
I've heard that Raspberry Pi might actually be kind of hard to like work with with pinball machines. There was another table earlier too, and they talked about doing their topper with like a Raspberry Pi. But so I was surprised when you were like Raspberry Pi. I'm like, wow, that must have been like a bit of a headache in a good way once it was finished.
What he did was way above my head.
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't have done it without him.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have made it serve beer, but not where you earn it, because like it could be completely separate where it just taps beer all the time. But I wanted it incorporated into the game, and I couldn't have done it without him.
Yeah, that's really cool. It makes such a difference for it to be tight, and I'm glad you went that additional mile for that. That's really cool. Let's pop the tape. Yeah, do you want to pull that up so we can look at the guts?
Yep.
How much of like the keg would we be able to see from this? I mean, is it hard? Or is that all behind?
Should be able to the fridge slides out from the back, but you'll be able to see the fridge once I lift the plate field.
Yeah, I want to see that. I couldn't stop staring at the design. Now that you told me that you did that shape, I don't even think I would have noticed that off at first glance, and I can't believe I didn't, but it's really cool. It's really nice how you did that.
Oh, and since we're talking about t-shirts, like this t-shirt here, that's another like design is right up there, so.
I thought that looked similar, yeah. That's really. And even Trilogy is on that barrel.
Yep, printed right on the barrel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's awesome that that's raised, but then the Trilogy that's on the beer tap is cut out. That's really cool.
So I'm actually going to turn it off when we lift the plate field, just because the high voltage on the floor.
Sure, yeah, safety first. Let's get real.
And then I need somewhere that I can set the glass where it won't explode.
Do you want me to
or I can
put it on my foot? I was literally going to do the same thing.
Okay. Now, if you want to lift the play field.
Oh, God.
So you can just grab it by the apron.
Okay.
It's a little bit flexy, but it'll go up.
Okay.
And then, you know where the prop rods are? On the side there.
Here?
Right side.
I don't know what. Oh, yeah, okay.
Right there.
Uh-huh.
So a little bit higher with the play field. There we go. You can set it down, and it's going to go a little bit crooked. That's just what they all do. It's fine. It'll stay. It's fine. I know, like, at some point they started putting 2 prop rods in to prevent that from happening, but this has the one.
All right.
Okay, so That's the fridge, and then like you'll see like the this is like the carriage,
Oh
the
my
metal
gosh.
framework that
Yeah.
I made, and then you'll see like those are sliders.
I can see that. It'll pull out. Yeah, back
It
there,
will
just like a
pull-
little drawer. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, keep talking. Sorry.
It'll completely pull out the whole back, so you can service anything. You can adjust your gas pressure there, and you're usually serving at around like 3 to 5 psi. So like, let's say you got a little bit too high and it's coming out a little bit
Yeah.
too fast. You can turn it down just by sliding it out the back. Turn it down. And then the fridge, I actually have a lock on it, so you can slide it all the way in fully and lock it so it can't be accessed.
That's so cool. I can't believe you came up with that much extra space to like fit that in there. It's really awesome. And
Yeah.
I can see your logo on top too, right there. Trilogy.
Yep,
It's
yep.
everywhere.
And I even did custom coil wrappers.
What? Of course you did. Look at that. So I mean, but it makes sense though, because if you're propping up the table, I mean, why not?
Right.
That's really cool. That is really, really cool. I think your artistic design really adds a special flair to this. I mean, it's so cool because, one, never seen this before, but just the level of detail, like, even behind the scenes, you still wanted to make it so beautiful from the inside out, and I think that's amazing. This is really impressive.
Thank
Good
you.
work.
Thank you.
Are you planning on doing more tables in the future?
I am. I've got another retheme,
Okay.
but that retheme will be P-rocked.
Okay.
So it'll have custom rules. But
Okay.
the one I'm currently working on is, so Scott Denisi, when he built Total Nuclear Annihilation,
Yes.
he used a cabinet from a Dolly Parton.
Okay.
I got the rest of the parts from that Dolly Parton, and
Okay.
I'm turning it into a game based on a band I really like called Subhumans,
Okay.
which is a punk band from 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
They're still playing today, but a lot of people haven't heard of them. But so that's what I'm retheming that game into, and maybe
Cool.
next year that'll be here because I'm hoping to have it done by then.
Awesome. That's really cool. Will that one serve beer?
No, it won't.
Okay.
It'll just play punk music.
Well, it's actually pretty cool too. So, all right, worth it. Very cool. Thank you for
Oh,
showing
yeah.
like the guts of this. All right,
No
I
problems.
don't want to keep that on your foot forever.
Yep. So it's slide that down in there.
Yeah. Eh. Okay.
Yep. Oh.
Nothing broke. That's good. All right.
Yep.
That is. Okay. Yep. Cool.
Go in between the pins, so I go between the two.
Between the. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Doug, thank you for showing us inside, outside. This table was beautiful. I hope everybody comes down to check this out. Well, if you bring a new pin next year, that's going to be tough. People might request this. It's beautiful. I can't wait to see what you have next year, and thank you for showing me this. It's so awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Cool. Good? Yeah. I love it.
I cannot believe that will actually serve beer. That's amazing. Wow. Am I really laggy right now? I think OBS is just like, you've been on all day, we're dying. But I think next, maybe we'll get Ed Owens over here. He's somewhere back in this area. And to go check out his Ghost in the Shell. Oh, wow. Definitely laggy, right? My webcam's dying. All right, y'all. We're going to cut away and be right back.
Thanks, Doug. Do you want to walk over it? serves beer. Yeah.
All right, almost ready. You guys can go ahead and go up there. Did you fix it, you think? Some distortion. It seems fixed? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was really laggy. I did have some weird issue earlier. I need an audio tech. Hold on. All right, you guys are good.
Cool.
Are we live?
Yeah. Are we? Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I think
okay.
so. Yeah. Okay. Hi, you've got Natalie here with Marco TV, and I've got Ed here, who's got this fabulous Ghost in the Shell machine. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and this table's design?
All right. Well, me myself, I'm a tinkerer, always at heart. Always was taking apart things and breaking things growing up, and now I'm learning to fix them. I've always, probably for about 20 years, I've been into the arcade hobby, building my own arcade game at home just out of scrap parts, and fixing and learning about pinball in general. And I currently went through a job change, so I'm working for Victory Glass, helping manage that company, and I haven't done a lot of work on Ghost in the Shell in the last probably 6 months, but it's still a work in progress, as with any of our homebrew games here. It's never done as a project.
Sure.
The game is based on the Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, not really the movie series. That's more of the TV series, the standalone complex series 1. And so that's when basing the art and the style and the storyline, also known as the Laughing Man project, where the Laughing Man incident, where you're chasing the Laughing Man, and that's going to be one of my modes, actually trying to chase him and hit the shots, kind of like a popular pinball.
Okay. How many shows have you brought this table to? And was this your first homebrew?
This is my first homebrew, but before I did this, I did what's called a retheme. So, and not really what Trilogy did, where Doug with Trilogy, he took an existing table and he changed the art, he changed it, but he kind of leaves some things alone, like the shots. I did a retheme of a big game into the Stern big game into Greyhounds to Race Home, because I also work with retired racing greyhounds, and have 2 puppies at home. And I do like to bring that to shows right now, because April is National Adopt a X Racing Greyhound Month, where I have games operated at District 1 Brewery in Stevens Point. My game is there. Any money that goes in it, I'm matching, and I'm actually doing to donate to GPA Wisconsin.
Oh, that's amazing. I really love that. I have an Italian Greyhound. I know it's not the same, but I love the breed. And I love that you do that. That's
Yeah, Italians are so cute.
Yes.
It's like when mine was a puppy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's just good. Oh, that's really nice. I
And
love that.
my youngest is the Dude, and my oldest is Zephyr.
Oh, I love that. That's great.
So I did that, but and when I did it, the technology wasn't there to build something like this. And
What technology is that used?
Well,
Was that
the multimorphic hardware,
okay?
the support network, because when I got into pinball, there was the news group Rec Game Pinball. If you're ever into pinball and you hear someone talk about the RGP days,
is a news group where you used to. Right now, you can go to Facebook, you can go to message boards, all this stuff. Then that was it for networking with people, just like the KLOV forum. And with Rec Game Pinball, there wasn't as much of a homebrew community. And what happened was, all started with Scott Nisi for me. He built TNA, and I'm sitting there talking to him. I'm like, oh man, I always wanted to build a homebrew, but I just like finding the cabinet, the software, the framework is huge.
That's what I was going to ask. What do we have for the guts? So keep going. Sorry.
So, and the hardware, the physical hardware, because the physical shots and stuff, you can find that off of the game. So I'm running multimorphic hardware, P3 Rock.
Okay.
And then the software is Skeleton Games.
Okay.
The other one right there.
Yeah.
And the other one is Mission Pinball that people use. I use Skeleton. They're both great frameworks.
Okay.
And that's because my help network was people like Scott Nisi that was also using Skeleton. So what happened was that he pulled me aside to do a TNA, and that the year that it was announced that it was going to be built, he's the rock star at that show. You can't even get to him. I mentioned that he pulls aside and says, hey, you got to do this. Here's how to get information. You contact me with help. And it just takes one person to really kick you. So, all right, the hardware's available, the software's available, the support network's available. Okay, I need a cabinet.
Yeah.
At that year, Aerosmith was released. And, and this is at MGC, all at MGC.
This is all at MGC? I love that.
Yep.
Okay, great.
So Aerosmith was released.
Okay.
Aerosmith from Stern had some problems with their cabinets. They were splitting. And my friend Tom bought an Aerosmith, and it was the show game there. So Aerosmith, that game was on the floor. Now, he actually had some splitting issues, and he got a new cabinet under warranty. So he puts up on our Wisconsin group, hey, I got this cabinet. I took all the stuff out of it. It's just a wooden cabinet from Aerosmith. If anyone wants to give me $50, I'm like, heck yeah. So I got the cabinet, I got support network, the hardware, the framework. I bought that. So my Ghost in the Shell has been to every single MGC since 1 year before it was Ghost in the Shell.
Really?
Because of cabinet.
Right, sure, right. That makes sense.
Yeah. And what I did is I didn't get a back box or hinges, but I went out there saying I'm trying to build this game.
Yeah.
And I need the side rails and the hinges. And a guy named Doug posted, oh, I just got new side rails and hinges for my Metallica. You can have them for a 6-pack of good beer. I'm like, okay, well,
wow.
I found a 6-pack of good beer, actually 2. I met him down at the Pinball Life party at Expo, and we traded some parts, and that's really where the one part about this is it's a sub-community. It is a group of people. You can try to get us to compete against each other. We still pat each other on the back, like when the creator of Metroid, Mark, when he got his job, when Randy got his job, it's like, oh man, that's awesome. Like Scott, we work together. And
so did you 3D print that, or is that something that Scott 3D printed for you? Because I'm hearing a lot. I'm learning more about how connected you guys are as a community, and I think it's awesome. So now I'm like, so who printed that?
I do have a 3D printer at home, which is kind of a crappy, just like prototyping. A friend of mine who made a Van Halen homebrew, it's not here this year, Joe Zenkis.
Okay.
He is just, he's a great resource. He helped me out, and he actually 3D printed, painted that, and mailed it to me. And what I did is I said, hey, I want to have these speaker grills.
I noticed that too,
and I said I want it in this purple, and Joe makes pinball mods for other people.
Okay.
So one of the mods that he made is a lamp post for Simpsons.
Okay.
And has a bunch of that purple stuff. So I said, this is what I want. He's like, I got to do some reworking. I want it layered like this. He did all the CAD work, all the printing, mailed them up to me, and blacked it out. And it's just like, he's just a great resource. And the other thing he did is we worked on getting the adapters to get those balls for the back.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, those are the Pinball Life GI lights, the RGB, and the balls are from like a Monster Bash and Scared Stiff.
Okay.
So Dennis Norman games, of course. And I told him, hey, I need this thing. I want to put this light through a hole and this to snap on. I drew it up, and I have my calipers. I made my measurements, and I send him a picture. And then he's like, oh yeah, I could design that up in no time. I'm like, yeah, I'll get it to you sometime. 15 minutes later, or 5 minutes later, I get the file.
Okay.
So I print the file, and it's a small file. I printed it in clear. I had a printer all set up
Yeah.
in 10 minutes or less. So within 15 minutes of me contacting him, I had the part in my game.
Wow.
So it's just a lot of fun having this community to work off of. And that's one thing, that's one example of what we did. And you guys may be aware of Jack Danger with Dead Flip. I worked with him too on wiring, and the good thing about him is he's been such a sounding voice for the homebrew community.
Okay.
So when knowing his energy he put behind it, I contacted him and said, hey, you need help wiring, let me help you. And he helped me design my score overlay off of once again a crappy pencil drawing, and he like took what was in my head and just did it better than I was thinking of it. And so it's been a lot of fun things like that. Like I showed people how to make the rails, and someone else showed me how to do this. And
Yeah.
it's just it's a great community with that.
And who painted? I mean, this looks like this is painted.
That's
right?
hand painted by my mother-in-law.
Really?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I gave her the cover art from Solid State Society standalone complex. I said, hey, why don't you paint this up there? Eventually, this is going to be clear with organic aluminum base cut out. It's going to be layered. I got all the metal in the base, but I just need to make it.
Okay, so you do have future designs for this table. So
This table is designed in CAD with all the inserts. I need to add 2 switches up there. It's ready to be printed with inserts or cut with inserts with just a few tweaks. I've been saying for the last year, next show we'll have a new playfield. Well,
Sure.
I added these inserts right before MGC was supposed to happen in 2020.
Okay.
And that kind of stopped progress on it. I did do some extra stuff. I picked up this apron at Pinball Life, and I have.
Oh yeah.
These both are backlit, but when you're playing and you get a warning, that turns red. That's your double warning. And then when you tilt out, you know how you are doing with tilting.
Okay, now I love that. Are there a lot of tables that have that? Any of the flashing to warn you? Or, I mean, I don't know if
It's starting to show up. I believe Halloween has some lights in the outlane.
Okay, I love that.
But I wanted to have, when you're looking down and
You don't
playing
have to look up at the screen.
I don't want to look up there. When I'm playing and looking down, I want to know how many warnings I have, because we all know we're going to do a lot of big moves.
That's right, it's called knowing your limits, yeah.
Right, and I got a concrete basement.
Yeah.
So I move my games, like I have Ghostbusters Premium. I move that into my skee ball machine all the time. Like I was going to buy new powder coated legs and armor for it. I'm like, no, not even bother, going to chip the crap out of it.
That's really cool. Can I play a game?
Yes, you can.
Do you want to do 2-player, 1-player? Do you want to talk me through it at least? What do you want to do? What do you have?
We can do 2-player, and I can show you some shots. So if you notice, so this whole framework is what Scott Denisi designed, or no, Jack Danger drew all this up, and we actually have background. So yeah, Jack Danger helped draw all this up, and we actually have background concepts that are going to pop in.
So I saw that little guy right there, right here, I think, yeah?
That's the Laughing Man.
Okay.
So this is your story mode progress, sideboard mode progress. Sideboard is when you hit the target, you actually see it light up which ones you have to hit.
Okay.
And then I also have some stuff that's going to pop up here for some extra that are not programmed in yet.
Okay.
So you notice your green and green.
Oh yeah, I can see green and green.
When you started the game, it went green.
Green, okay. Green, and...
So it's an almost a full plunge, because you can make this ramp both directions.
Okay.
So this ramp, you go underneath, that's one ramp, or you go forward, it's the other ramp. And both ramps will deliver it to your left flipper, or your right flipper.
Okay. All right, well that was not a full plunge. Wow.
There's the ball save.
Thank goodness.
Right here
is
your multi-ball lock
Okay.
mode. So you want to try to hit that curly cue down. There you go. You got one lock.
Wow. Oh, I knew. My brain. Cool, 1 ball locked, I'm happy with that.
All right. I'll try to hit some ramps and shots. So that is me losing the ball right away, but that is the skill shot.
Oh, okay, so skill shot is that way.
It is slightly less than a full plunge.
Okay. And does it matter which ramp you shoot, or either is a skill shot?
It does actually if you're in certain modes. So I know which direction you hit it.
Ah, okay,
So
depending on the mode.
There's a mode that that left scoop is lit. If you hit that scoop, you enter a collect the team mode.
Okay.
So you want to assemble the team. To do that, you have to hit it forward like 8 times and reverse 3. 3
Okay.
times collects the tachikomas. The forward collects each of the team members.
Okay.
So.
Almost a full plunge. There it is.
Let's roll. Let's roll on.
Just kidding. Oh, I think I got a warning. Oh, there it is. I see the flashing red. That's really cool.
Now you're gonna get an extra ball.
Oh yeah.
It's Centaur-like rules where you get extra ball for no good reason.
I was gonna ask, how did I qualify for that? But the second you said that, I know Centaur, and I know when that's happened to me. Oh,
So
and I
yeah,
wasted
it doesn't change the rules at all, but it just kind of makes it more fun. You tilted.
Tilted.
So when you complete the drop targets, you get. Oh, you gave me a tilt warning too. When you complete the drop targets, it gives you an extra ball. So you can keep on doing that to get more balls on the play field.
Okay.
But I get a lot of complaints because one of my first pinball machine was hot tip.
Okay.
You have to actually ricochet off of the pop bumper to hit the G. So what I did is, because that's a hard shot to hit, once you have 4 down, if you hit an in lane, you get the 5th, and it automatically restarts and gives you that ball.
Okay.
So I'm up. Hopefully I can do better than 920. This is my game.
Let's roll.
There we go. I got my 1 lock.
Yeah.
Oh, couldn't go too much.
So I noticed Cyborg. I noticed that shows up on the screen when you hit one of the letters. It fills in that color that the target that you hit.
You're trying to spell out cyborg,
Yeah.
and then you get a cyborg battle. Eventually, there's going to be 9 battles. They're going to get harder.
Okay.
And like the first battle, you just have to hit the ramp. The second battle, you're going to have to do something else. And so the cyborg battles are kind of like, you play like Ghostbusters. You have your story mode.
Yeah.
That's all there really is. And you play other games, and it's just like more Bally EM. So what I'm doing is I'm giving like 3 different things you can really work towards. You can work towards your multi-ball and try to get a super jackpot, which will be one of your 3 requirements to wizard mode.
Okay.
You can complete the story mode by completing modes and going through the storyline.
Yep.
Or you can complete the cyborg battles and defeat all the cyborgs.
Which there'll be 9, right? Is that what you said?
Right. I'm thinking 9. That may be too many because it's hard to hit.
Okay.
But with right now, I think like Jack Danger is like the 3rd cyborg mode right now.
Okay. Extra ball. How do I get that? Is there?
I did not program it in yet.
Okay. Nope. That's okay. There is no extra ball.
Right there. That's not a light. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
So, how many seconds does the ball save on this pin? Because if there's no light, I need to know what I'm working with.
I think it's like 9 seconds.
Oh, that's legit. Okay. Second ball left. I'll take it.
The biggest thing that turned out really well on this is the ramp going forward and backwards. It's really the focal point of it.
It is really cool. What made you want to do that design? What?
Originally, my original, I did everything on paper.
Yeah.
So originally, it was going to have an upper playfield that was going to be like 1/3 of everything.
Okay.
And it was going to have that ramp from up and have a like a post.
Well.
So originally I was going to have a post and have the upper playfield higher, so that when you hit that, you hit the post and it would redirect it to the top over on the top. But as I started building, realizing that's not possible, I still kind of just morphed into that. And the only area I had completely open, I didn't know what to do, was down here. And I was going to put a flipper in there. I was going to do like a spinning disc like Tron. Spinning disc kind of seemed overdone. I just said put a pop and a couple bands in there and let it create its own action with only one pop.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. I actually even have a Gottlieb kicker target I was going to put over here to kind of kick it in.
Oh yeah, sure. But it doesn't need it.
No,
it doesn't. I don't disagree. You're right. You're totally right and spot on that. I really like how the use of space you have with that, having the 2 lanes. It's really like, it's a nice, like, it's a really nice design for that. Like.
Thank you. I also wanted to fool the player.
It is. If you didn't tell me, I don't think I would have known. I would have been like, what happened?
Generally, a pinball player, like, I'm going to shoot for the left orbit. That's not the left orbit.
Yeah.
The spinner shot is the left orbit. So this is I originally was calling it a vertical orbit, because it would come back to the right flipper. The spinner shot, kind of like what they did in Giant Mnemonic for the right spinner.
Okay.
It comes around, so it took a little bit to get that angles right. I kind of like it so that spinner will come all the way around to this side cleanly to the left flipper.
That's really cool. I like that because everybody's going to expect a certain type of, oh, well, it's going to have a standard of this, this, and this. No, it don't. I love that. That's a nice curveball. I really like that. That's so unique. I really do. Like, yes, the more I thought about it, it's a really cool. It's a really, compact, efficient, but like unique and not necessarily compact, but it just doesn't take up a lot of space with what you've done there, and I like that.
And on the upper playfield, I got the lock shot. These are going to be your super jackpot targets.
Oh, okay.
Multi-ball.
Yeah.
The upper playfield and hit that.
Oh, those two.
Stand up.
Yep.
They're upside
Okay.
down. The funny thing is,
Yeah.
the Stern guys
Yeah.
playing my game at Expo said, "Hey, we're about to release a game that does the exact same thing," and then Black Knight Soda Rage came out. I'm like, huh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then if you miss, you got thermal optic camo shots. So if anyone wants to show, that's when they go invisible.
Okay.
The shot is kind of not lit, it's not marked.
Yeah,
It's never
it's
going to be marked. So if you hit it, you actually double the value of the scoop.
And-
that hits a subway that comes down to here as well.
okay. I think I saw the ball. Maybe I don't know if I did that on a ball, but I thought something I wasn't expecting. Well, it's always fun. You don't know where to anticipate where the ball's going to come from, though, especially the first couple times you're playing it. But that's really cool. I like that.
And if you miss that, you actually.
Something's wrong with your mic. Can you just hold this one for the rest of the interview and just kind of go back?
Yep. Yeah. Sure.
And then the shot to the left of it, that wire form, which actually will dump on my main ramp. That shot actually is just a haha, you missed the shot. It gives you no points, tells you a bad joke.
What joke?
I wonder if the robot geishas are going to ask for a pay raise. That's from the first episode of Stand
Okay.
Up.
Sure.
And
Sure.
everybody except for the guy that says it just rolls their eyes.
That's really, it's really interesting. I love this. This is really interesting. I'm glad I know about this a lot more because I didn't. And you know, if I actually opened my eyes and looked for a second, did you write a lot? You wrote a lot of your table rules for this table that we can display.
Yeah, I tried to make the cards be as informative. Now they're a little bit outdated.
Sure.
Like the multi-ball lock used to be a physical lock that would curly cue up, but it just didn't work out too well. It was breaking itself. It had too much force. So there's a lot of changes that were made. So this is a little outdated, but you know, what game do you play has these up to date with the code update. So I figure that's all right with the way it is. And I even got TNA plastics made for my inlays, outlays.
Wow, it's really cool. I love hearing the story of how a lot of these pieces you put together to build this. It's a really interesting story. The more that you're talking about it and the more I'm learning about it, like, it's really cool. I can't wait to play this again. Like, I can't, yes. And whether or not you make the updates or whatever for the next show, like, we don't care. We just want to keep playing this and learning more about it.
Thank you. I want to do some mode updates right now. Originally, you have to complete the drop targets to light mode, but I was thinking about the most recent Ghostbusters update, how it's so hard to get into the first mode. So I made it so you can get to the first mode, but I only have one story mode written. So I need to write the second story mode, because when someone does that and they get into a couple cyborg battles, like, what more is there? There's nothing right now. So if I can write another story mode or two and maybe get that ladder partially built, that would make me feel better, because I face it, I need lights to write story modes. That's why I got those lights in there. But in reality, no one's going to play this game to the extent to play the entire game at a show. So I have to keep it semi-simple to understand. And my shots are hard enough that I think, getting into multi-ball or a story mode or something for average pinball players, pretty a good challenge for the person. But you get those good players that are going to play for 20 minutes on this, I need to give them something too.
That's really cool. I'm excited to, I'm going to be playing this more and learning more about the. It's really nice. I know it's some of it's simple, but it's not. And I mean, even like looking at what you do have on here is really pretty.
In our arm blades?
Those are really nice.
A friend of mine, Martin, designed them for me, and before Expo this last year, I called up Justin, and I'm like, can you some way run these on the printer and laminate them for me? And he got them and handed them to me at the show. So I took my playfield out and put them on.
So you're gonna go? Was that the same show that you got? What was it? The Monster Mash? Or wait, no. Was it another the Lades? Okay, but was it at the same show?
No, those parts I did at home. I was 3D printing. But it's really the story is, even in this circle of games, almost everybody in this circle has helped me with my game, and it's been rhetorical as well. So it's a lot of people. I mean, being next to Trilogy Brewing and having other guys in the circle that we're even just mentally running ideas by. Chris over here with the dumpster fire. He actually, based on a conversation, that's how between me and him, that's how it got its name.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, we bounce off of each other, and that's the biggest part about this hobby, or this as a hobby, is the community that we have built over the last since 2018, since I brought this to the first show, which was in this room.
That's really cool. This is a really awesome group. Like, I really love this little niche that you have going on here, and it's great. Thank you. I really appreciate, the time you took to tell me about the table and all the facets and the stories. It's really cool, and I look forward to seeing this in the future and what changes are going to be made with this group of people.
When you're off camera and not under pressure, then you can play them all about 20 more times.
Yeah, I know, and I can play the ball a lot better too, and I'm not thinking about what I want. Yeah, absolutely. So yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't get distracted when playing either, when people aren't like working on my pocket or my wires.
Yeah, I know, right? On ball 3.
Right. Ball 3. Let me see.
Yeah, I know. That was most unfortunate. Yeah. I wish there was like a mulligan extra ball right there, just for if you knew.
I did take out the button that was right here in Aerosmith.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, maybe I should put that back in. I was gonna make it like a USB drive, so you can like pretend to plug your head in, like in the show.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But I decided it's a lot easier just to cover it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's it. Perfect. Cool. Come check out this game and play, read the rules. It's on the table. You can see what it's all about.
Thank you very much, and thank you guys for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Wow. Why didn't you guys say anything in the chat? My mic's up here. You don't even hear me. Sheesh. All right. We got one more pin left. It's dumpster fire. This is a little bit different than what we've seen so far. Let's get some set up. This is Christopher Graham's masterpiece. Yeah, dumpster fire, exactly. Oh, am I actually muted? No, I'm not muted. I just had my thing flipped up. We've been streaming for like forever. This is all we're doing today. It's 4:17, Walt, for us. Thank you. I'm gonna put these on the chart. I think they're like dying, maybe.
Okay, so we can't really, take a break until they charge.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let's charge.
I feel like I'm taking way too long. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're doing great. You're doing great. Everyone's loving it. We're all loving it, right, chat? This is Natalie's first time interviewing on Marco TV. I'm talking to the chat and telling.
They hear what I'm saying.
Oh, they can hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's great.
I'm talking too much.
She's not. They like everything they're seeing. Yeah. She was nervous at first, but she's doing awesome. See, look, Tracy says you are doing great. Shell Shock is happy. It's good stuff. All right, we're gonna point the camera away and give us a few moments, and we will get to the next homebrew. Thanks, y'all. Having fun here. What's up, everybody? We're back. We are waiting for Chris Graham to come over for Dumpster Fire, and then we're also going to check out Castlevania Pinball. You might have seen that running around in the circuit as well, both of those. So stay tuned. Hope y'all are enjoying the show. Okay, Chris said he's ready, and then we'll just ask Chris. Yeah. The other guy. So, with that being said, I'm going to pull this power cord and walk it around that way, and you can rerun the power over the dumpster. All right, don't throw up. We're going to migrate again. Actually, wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm so hungry. Oh my gosh. All right, we're almost ready. Am I muted? No. What's up, some Cali dude and Turin and Chrome Candy Pinball? We are at the Homebrew section at Midwest Gaming Live, interviewing each of the Homebrew pinball machines. So earlier we interviewed Ryan McQuaid with Sonic Spinball, Kelly Cochran with Undertale, Matt Benzik with Motor City Pinball, Doug, I forget your last name, with Legacy. It's been a long day. Ed Owens with Ghost in the Shell. Doug's Pinball Machine, most memorable. It pumps out beer. It's crazy. So at the end of the stream, you guys can watch the archives on our YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Marco Pinball. And right now we are getting ready to check out some dumpster fire. Let's take a quick look. Oh, just kidding. Not yet. Take a quick look. He's getting it ready. So this is a virtual pin, but Chris has, not but take but out of my vocabulary. This is a virtual pin. Chris has a lot of great stories about it. So it'll be a very fun and engaging interview. And then afterwards, we will check out the last pinball machine, which is Castlevania. All right, hold on. At the Homebrew section. Unfortunately, Chris is dumpster fire right now. And then Castlevania is our last one. No one has his contact info. All right, almost ready.
Promised to sell him something, and I may not have it. I don't know what I did with my two other passes.
Oh no. Mic check. Good check. Battery, please don't die. Oh no, what is that? Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Hello. Wow. I think the actual lavalier mic part, but the receiver is working. You just have to hold it up super tight. What if I just clip it here? Yeah, that might work. Chris talks loud. All right, hold on, yeah.
Mic for you. Thank you.
This is really exciting. This is the next generation right here.
Yeah.
It's also cool to see it through your eyes too. You get that fresh perspective and everything.
This looks like it was in a dumpster fire.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
Well,
I feel bad. I'm like, ah.
Yes. They have Todd Tucky on here.
In fact,
so
you know
like
what I
now,
did
the
to
more
get
knowledge
that?
I get, like it's
I actually
I'm
emailed
seeing
him.
all the layers, but again, like I'm so new to the
Then I
industry, I'm just
scanned
I don't
it,
know,
and I
I
put it
can't
on
stop
here.
asking questions,
Todd
and some of
loved
them are
it.
probably stupid just because of the basic
So
knowledge I don't
we
have.
had
but
a
yeah,
lot of fun
I
with
can't
that.
Wait.
And then, of course,
I can't wait to
Aquaman.
like keep learning more.
Yeah.
That's what I really like about this community. I was like,
We've got
despite,
ET
like,
back
maybe,
here, Best
like,
of Backyard Wrestling, Batman Dark Tomorrow, which was
Yeah.
so there's all sorts of little inside jokes.
Just how
Link for the
special this
CDI,
community is, yeah.
which is an obscure one, but it's the only awful Zelda game that was
I don't
ever
know.
made. They let a third party do it and has all sorts of really bad animations and that kind of stuff.
What year was that?
What is that?
Like 92 or 93. Yeah. When you were like 3.
I was 7.
Okay, you're not that young.
It's really nice. It's really refreshing.
All right, so how do they sound? Okay.
Oh, Animoto.
Oh, this. You want me on
It used to have Jack's trading card on it, but it doesn't anymore.
this side? Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if it. Yeah.
Have I ever said I don't get these? I get the purpose of them being a lavalier. I used to work in production, but those are so much easier. I mean, they're like the easiest thing in the world to use, and these are just clunky. But I get it. They're not that expensive. I'm Christopher, by the way.
You're Christopher?
Yes.
I'm Natalie.
Hi, Natalie.
It's nice to meet you. Wait,
Nice
this
to
goes
meet
the
you,
wrong
too.
way. We're good?
They're on?
Okay.
Hi, kids.
Hi, you got Natalie here from Marco TV, and we've got, mind introducing yourself?
Christopher Wells Graham.
Okay, very good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
I'm
meet you as
excited
well.
to ask about this table.
Mhm.
First off, I'm gonna go kind of really basic before I get like into your more details. The name.
The name of the
dumpster
game
fire.
is the Dumpster Fire, and it's called that because it's a virtual pin that I have made out of 80 to 90% recycled material. So it happened on accident, and then it just dawned on me that I did that. It started with wood that came from a Portello's construction site.
Okay.
Okay, so they were getting done with their construction work. They had scaffolding wood, and I went and asked the foreman. I said, "Hey, could I have some wood?" And he said, "Sure, go right ahead."
Okay.
Then little things like the monitors. The monitors are, a lot of e-waste goes out all the time, and for whatever reason in the Twin Cities area, you'll get perfectly good HD TVs for free that are just sitting around. Got this guy off of Craigslist. This one right here I actually found in South Minneapolis, not too far away from where all the trouble happened a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And all that was wrong with it was that the backlit LEDs needed to be repaired. inside the computers are used and old and all sorts of stuff. There are things you obviously can't get in a dumpster. I'm not going to find addressable LEDs.
Sure.
Which those will eventually make a really cool light show.
Yeah.
But I did find that at a surplus store, and then these just ended up, these are like beacons that you have in a warehouse.
Okay.
And the beacons will go and, just fire off if you're taking a forklift down or something like that. And somebody was giving away a whole box of them. So unfortunately, I have a whole lot more in my house. But yes, speakers inside the car. There are 2 Pioneer home car speakers inside there.
Okay.
They were also gotten at a thrift store. There's a 5.1 digital surround. So my game does something that Stern, Jersey Jack, or any of the other manufacturers don't do, which is digital surround sound that's only been around for 25 years. So there are little actuators in there that'll actually make some noise and clicks and that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I've had so many issues and I just didn't get it done for this particular show.
Sure.
But yeah, so it's been overly fun, and then when I bring these to shows, all of the games that are playable on this, to not infringe on any IP that belongs to any of our friends around us, I just bring homebrew games. So this game right here is a new one called Blood Machine. Now, Blood Machine is based on an actual IP that they got permission from the filmmaker to use. It's an independent horror movie. I don't know a whole lot about it beyond it was on one of the streaming services that specializes in horror. But the coolest part about it is, and you won't be able to see this on camera, but if you go and you look this up, there's a spaceship in the background here. Now that's not just the spaceship, that's the one that was used in the movie. So they were able to import the 3D model into the game and have it available for that. So this is the real motion picture assets, and I think she is as well. And they did it with full permission of the filmmaker. He participated, so it was just kind of fun.
Very cool. That's really cool. I love that. Yes, that is a really cool thing to know. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's pretty much the origin of the dumpster fire.
Okay.
And yeah.
Wow, all the recycled parts. So this was this a TV?
Yes, this is a I believe it's a 48-inch LCD television.
And I know you said you had to replace I think you said the backlight in it or something.
So what happened? So I had to take it apart, and then there are underneath it there are light strips.
Yeah.
Similar to those.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's what lights the television. So it's an LCD panel.
Yeah.
And when I got it home, I took a flashlight to it and looked around, and it looked perfect.
Yeah.
There is one minor imperfection line. That's a resistor issue. I can either replace the board or I can fix the board or find out what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if or when I would do that.
And then did you just take I'm just wondering, did you take I'm just trying to envision, was there something boxing around the screen that you took off? I mean, how did you get like a TV? I don't know, never mind.
Yeah, I can't quickly take it out.
Yeah, no,
but
it's okay.
Underneath this, it looks very similar to an actual legitimate pinball game. So underneath it, there is once again a wood frame.
Yep. Okay.
That is made once again out of recycled construction wood.
Very cool.
And then I can lift it up just similar to any other machine and work underneath there and all that kind of stuff. The computer is actually on a drawer system on the back.
Okay.
So I can actually, from the back, pull the computer out.
Okay.
And make it work from there. So it is fun. But the thing that's interesting is, as much as this is a pinball machine, and I'll explain the virtual pin, this is my opinion of virtual pin in a second. The only pinball parts on this are the glass that came out of either a Judge Dredd or a Star Trek The Next Generation. It was one of the super wide bodies.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know Judge Dredd's a wide,
Yeah, and then the legs came off of a Joker poker.
Okay.
And then I added
wheels?
wheels. But even little things like the wiring and a lot of the internal electronics came from surplus stores.
Okay.
So we have this great surplus store in Minneapolis called Axeman. It's a St. Paul institution. And you can go in and get things. In fact, to connect it to pinball, when Gottlieb went out of business, a lot of their surplus went up to this particular store. And there's a Chicago company that's a little bit older. I can't remember, it's like American Science Surplus or something like that. very similar company, but yeah, they get a lot of oddball things. So you're able to get things like, you know, Molex connectors and this, that, and the other thing. So you're able to, you know, get the parts that you need. So it's been a real education. I've pretty much given myself an engineering degree.
Okay, so how many shows have you brought when did you make this pin?
This pin, I started making it in 2017.
Okay.
The first show I brought it to was here in 2018.
Okay.
Or no, 2019, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So 2019, it didn't have a name. It was very bare bones box and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And so I was like talking to Ed Owens, who you'll be interviewing, you either did or will.
Ghost in the Shell.
Ghost in the Shell.
Yes, very
You
cool.
did. So Ed Owens, I put it next to mine and I explained what I did with it.
Yeah.
And he suggested, hey, why don't you call it the dumpster dive? And of course, you know how that works. You get told something. It's like the little kid in the circle.
Yeah.
By the time the story makes its way around again, it's Purple Monkey Dishwasher.
Okay, yes.
So by the time I walked around the venue, it had been named the Dumpster Fire because I thought it was a fun way of poking fun at your Pinsiders or your Canadas, or sorry, Canada. I like to pronounce it correctly. But anyways, long story short, that was just what I found fun. So it became this whole thing, and then it's actually become a kind of a brand for what I do on these things. I've got two other games. This game right here, and can you see this, Emoto? This game right here, this is a action arcade game from 1980. This was created originally by Century and then released by Game Plan Inc. Now, it was a total bomb, so there's not a lot I know about it beyond the fact that I couldn't find anything out. And once I found it was an oddball cabinet that had been converted multiple times, I thought it would be fun to do a restore of Killer Comic. But the reality is nothing exists for this thing. I was only able to find one control panel and one marquee out of a company in Canada, and the guy would never return my emails or calls. So what I did is I took JPEGs, very small, low resolution JPEGs, and recreated all of the arts, including the control panel, and then Emoto, go down here. I actually had to take a picture of the original stencil. Right now it's stickers, but I'm planning, you don't need to bend down, but you can see it right here, the little comet and the ship, and I was able to take a picture of it, vectorize it, and then turn it into this restore. And so you've got that right here, and it's fun. And the thing is, this game only exists in Maine. I cannot find an actual original PCB board for it. So if I was going to show it off, I have to show it off in an emulator.
And I see the Dell monitor now
The
that
Dell
I've gotten
monitor.
closer to it.
And once again, the same theory. The computer was the original computer that was in that when I brought it in 2019.
Oh, very cool, yeah.
Twin doors got from there, yeah. There's some soda down there. And then over there, and we won't make Emoto move the camera any more than we have to. Over there, I have a game called the Dumpster Golden Tee Golf.
Oh,
What
yes.
that is it is a throwaway Golden Tee cabinet that an operator was getting rid of. And what I did is I went and each part of it is made out of recycled stuff. The television came from a friend of my mother's when she was moving into a nursing home.
Okay.
Okay. The obviously the cabinet itself is recycled, and then it runs on a Jax Pacific plug-and-play that I wired with actual arcade hardware so that you can play true Golden Tee, and it's a great version of Golden Tee as well. They were able to condense this thing to like 50 megabytes or something like that. I can't remember the exact number. But they were able to take 3 levels from Golden Tee Live and a pinball connection. It's the only game that I have here that has George Gomez's name in it, because his name is in the credits because he helped, I guess, develop the Golden Tee Live system, which they still use until either this year. I don't know if they redid the engine or whatever. But so it's just kind of a fun thing, and like I said, it's become a brand.
Yeah, the dumpster line.
Yeah, I because this one was so rare, I kept it Killer Comet because no one would know what the hell.
Sure, right.
They would think the dumpster Killer Comet meant I programmed this thing, and I didn't. So I wanted to do the restore of it. So
sure.
lots of fun.
I'm just looking at this up close, I noticed those are all,
Yeah, that's just laser
fun.
printer stuff. And then Adobe Reader has the ability, and I actually found out about this while watching Colorado Pinball on Twitch, but they have the ability to take a poster image and condense it into individual standard pages, and then you just put it together like a collage. And you
That's
go
really
from there.
cool. It's really nice. How many is this your first pinball machine that you've done?
It is my first pinball machine. This thing can literally, if I wanted to, and I will not say if I did or do or do not because of copyright reasons,
Sure.
this thing can play thousands of games.
Sure.
It plays all the games from Zen Pinball, which may very well be the largest pinball company in the world, because you have to think with the Pinball Effects software, they sell a crap load of units. And it might, I don't know exactly, because I'm not their bookkeeper, nor will I look at their books, but they're a huge manufacturer. If they're not as big or bigger than Stern, I would say they're probably the second biggest pinball company in existence, just based on how many games they make. They have licenses with everybody, and it's a fun thing.
So what issues have you run into while using this table? Like, have you had to fix any, wiring, or was this put together all on one go and it was just...
No, this took many iterations. You're probably looking at maybe the 5th or 6th iteration of it.
Okay.
So when I brought it here in 2019, it had a different playfield monitor.
Okay.
It was a LCD one, and it had this just huge bezel around the edge. Once again, got used. I bought it used off of Craigslist because I didn't want to spend a ton of money.
Yeah.
And it was very laggy, and it had a very slow computer, a 2-core computer, which I had been out of gaming for a long time. And so I didn't realize that computers had like 8 cores and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I upgraded that after the 2016 one, and then after Pinball Expo 2019, I brought it home. I'm sorry, not the 2016, the 2019 Pinball Expo, I upgraded the computer. Then I brought it home, and I put the monitor on the unit, and I got a phone call. So I went to take the phone call, not thinking that it was quite heavy, because it was quite heavy, and it fell off and smashed into a million pieces.
Oh, okay.
So then I had to, that was when I went ahead and fixed the LCD on this one, and it turned out to be even better.
Yeah.
So now it has a 4-core, not a real modern i5, it's like 2nd or 3rd gen, I can't remember, but it works just fine, and computers haven't really changed dramatically in 10 years.
Sure.
You know, they just more flashy numbers, more this, more that. So, and it plays pretty well. The other issue that it had early was lag. A lot of that was due to the processor.
Okay.
So I upgraded the processor, the video card. I recommend going, if anybody's going to start a project like this on a budget, try to find at least a 4-core PC, and then find a 2 gigabyte graphics card, which is difficult now because of Bitcoin mining and all of that kind of hoo-ha and that kind of stuff. But yeah, overall, it's a fun project, you know.
So so I'm trying to wrap my head around this because this is such an interesting design, and so I'm trying to make sure I understand the flow of this.
Okay.
So it's a computer that's running this. Like,
yes.
What and what software is being used while you're running this, or what?
There are several
engine?
softwares. One that I spoke of earlier was Zen's Pinball Effects.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
That is extremely popular. They just came out with their new version, which is on the Unreal gaming engine, which many of the manufacturers around here would probably be smart for using something like Unreal or Unity. Then from there are a couple of hobbyist softwares. The most popular is the one that this game is running on, and that's called Visual Pinball. Visual Pinball is currently on version 10. VPX, yeah. And it's called VPX because it's version 10 point whatever, 10.7.
Sure.
So VPX is the software that runs this.
Yep.
Then there is another one that unfortunately got abandoned in the late 2000s called Future Pinball. But some people have gone in and kind of done forensic coding and kind of figured it out, and they've made it into something that they call BAM. It's called Best Arcade Machine version of it, which modernizes it, allows it to run a little bit better. better physics, better bouncing balls, all that kind of stuff.
It makes it apply to like a more realistic movement
More
to
realistic
an actual
movement to an
pinball
actual
machine
pinball
with
machine.
contact with whatever it is you're putting on the playfield.
Absolutely. Well,
Okay.
and Visual VPX does the same thing. This has tilt on it.
Okay.
So if you need to get,
Is
like
that-
the ball is going down the drain, you can hit it, and there is an accelerometer in there,
I was
and that
gonna
moves.
ask what. Okay,
yeah.
I was gonna ask what picks that up.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's what picks it up, and you know, there's a wealth of fun to be had with this. A lot of the purists, and I'm not one of those. I don't care. I will put an LCD monitor in an old arcade game. You know why? Because they're available and they work. I just want to have fun. And what I equate this to is I'm a big baseball fan. And
Okay.
when a baseball player goes up to the plate,
Yeah.
what you don't realize is they have actually, between the time the last game and their first at bat of the next game, they've gone into the batting cage. And that batting cage has a pitching machine. The pitching machine will just throw. And it's about repetition. It's about getting in your swings. It's about understanding where the ball is going to come.
Yeah.
To me, visual or virtual pin or digital pin or whatever you want to call it is the batting cage equivalent to standard pinball. I'm not a very good player, but when I play this enough, I get better at those when I go into it. And the little things like the physics and the shots being in a similar place, and that's one of the reasons why I have the monitor lower. So a lot of other builders will have the monitor be
Right. Yep, you're right.
flush with it.
Sure.
And the monitor being further down adds to the visual illusion.
I can see that. Yes, absolutely.
And those type of things. So it's a lot of work. And then even to the extent of this, I had it set up really, really nicely. Then 2 weeks ago, nothing would load. So this
Okay.
thing has been pretty much down since Pinball Expo.
Okay.
So I haven't really used it much in 6 months. I had to rebuild the back box. The wood split. So I
Okay.
had to go in and do some forensic drilling.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't really get much time to get the thing really down. And so I had to reinstall Windows. Now it kind of looks like I'm going to have to reinstall Windows again because there's a weird thing that's happening with it that I can't explain. It's not letting the mouse show up, which is a very important part of it.
Sure.
So there's always something. I don't program games myself.
Okay, I was going to ask if you were looking at a lot of code for this.
I am not a coder. I'm a filmmaker by trade.
Okay.
But I'm also an MBA and a few other things. So I'm fascinated with this as a business model and an idea, because I think that there's something to be said, especially for people who might be living in New York City, let's say in a one-bedroom apartment, and they want to have pinball in the house. Well, you don't have a basement like you have in Minneapolis.
That's right.
So you're not going to be able to have a massive arcade.
You can't have that big collection.
No.
Right.
And it really is a tier of the market that I think the other manufacturers, I can understand Jersey Jack or American not, because they don't have a huge back catalog of games, and that's what you need to do it. But Stern did partner with Pinball Arcade, which is another popular software. I don't know what's happening with that software because they just seem to have abandoned it. I don't know if the company's gone out of business or whatever situation, but yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had with it, and that's my thing. I like having fun. You know?
So it's interesting that you say like filmmaking is, kind of like you kind of created like a shadow box effect. Is that the right phrasing
Yes,
to use?
yes.
And for visually and aesthetics, you're thinking about that from an angle or
absolutely.
a lens, and you've kind of made this. I like your explanation for it because it makes total sense. And you're right about learning. So I use, personally myself, like. I call it saving quarters. I use some of the apps they have on the phone. They're not great. Like, I know you've talked about the physics. I can tell you a lot about that, but you know what I've memorized? The screens.
Yeah.
So I don't have to look up while I'm playing, right?
Yeah.
So you can at least, you're right, there's some takeaways,
And
the shots, the angles,
even though,
knowing where to qualify.
Yeah,
like, what exists for this?
Yeah, Medieval Madness is a perfectly good example. I played that in Pinball Arcade on my phone before I really actually played a real one, and I got to the knowing which place to shoot and what things happen here. I'm not any good at it.
Yeah, but you know when the trolls are going to pop up.
And that's just it. And I sat down about a year ago. some stream was doing Attack from Mars.
Okay.
And I have an Attack from Mars on this.
Yeah.
From I think Pinball Effects. And I sat and I put Attack from Mars up, and somehow or another I got 6 billion. I don't know how I got 6 billion, and
Yeah.
I know that's a game that you pretty much plunge and you get 1 billion. But I was able to get that, and then when I play it in real, you know, I at least know, hey, I want to shoot for the trolls. I want to shoot for the monster or whatever. And it also is a great way of game preservation, because there are a lot of arcade companies and pinball manufacturers are as guilty of this as anything. Much like Game Plan made pinballs. They did not sell very well. There are not a lot of them around, and there's not a lot of them that are available for you to go and play. Now, there's simple rules, simple mechanics, but even companies like Gottlieb or, you know, these ones that have come and gone, obscure European makers, like some of those odd ones that you run into at Pinball Expo,
Right.
you can experience in this, and you get the opportunity to play it. And that's always a thing that I'm, you know, for.
Yeah.
Is
It's still
preserving-
capturing the spirit of this.
Absolutely. It's making sure that games exist. And that's the big thing. But much like with Killer Comet doesn't exist
Yeah.
if not for me. There's a lot of even games that are unreleased. There's one over there that would not exist if somebody had not taken a board and downloaded the ROMs.
Right.
And so there are
Wait,
benefits.
so they like will download the ROMs and like push, like, you know, put the code out in an open source spot for people to be able to use?
Absolutely. So they will take and they will go on an old pinball machine. We'll
Yeah.
use a theoretical pinball machine.
Sure.
And they will take the chips out and actually dump the data onto the chips, because that's all the chips are.
Yeah.
All the chips are is
yeah, sure.
it's
flash drive, USB,
yeah, it's,
whatever,
it's,
sure,
it's
whatever
memory,
you wanna
yeah,
call it. Yeah, that's right.
hard drive, whatever you want
Yeah.
to say.
RAM
it's just,
is memory.
It's where it's stored, and that's just a matter of, and then they will make it work, and that's one of the things that PinMain does, is it will take those and make them work. And like I said, sometimes it's the only way you can see it. Some of these games are so obscure and so rare.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about
Right,
the stuff.
you have to go to this event, like that's once a year, right, to go play this, right?
Absolutely. And it saves me a boatload of money.
Yeah.
And you know, and so those are the benefits of it.
They're asking for some gameplay.
We can give you gameplay.
So
Okay.
do you...
Stand on that side.
So I don't really know much about this
I was
game.
going to ask you,
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you table rules, but I guess really what I'm focusing on is what you've connected and put together to play this design, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this one does need a quarter.
Okay.
So you'd hit the quarter button.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in the middle of a game that somebody left go.
Okay.
But so for example, I don't do analog plunge. You can get real plungers that will work with this. With this one, you got to hold on to the button,
Yeah.
listen for the sound of the spring going back, and then release the spring-o-matic. And you're able to do some very innovative things. There's a super talented designer named Scott Wick, who has done several games. He did a Stranger Things game before the Stern version came out. Okay, so now you're back.
Okay.
So it does have to reload itself, much
Okay.
like it would with real pinball. But he made a Harry Potter game that has an eye that will follow you around the playfield, and then also a dragon that will shoot fire out. And so you can do some wacky things that you can't do because, you know, physical pinball is real, and you know, this allows you to go from there. I think you killed yourself.
Okay, so
let's-
it was mid-game, right? So
yeah,
then,
it was mid-game, so we got out of that one.
Okay.
So you go from there. So let's do a tutorial of
Okay.
how some of these work.
Sure.
So what I did is I made the coin door your start button.
Yeah.
So for some of the games, and it's not all of them, and thank you, Emoto, not all of them you have to give a credit. So you just press the credit reject button,
Yeah.
and you'll hear a coin.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you have your thing. Then you go from here,
Yeah.
and you can hit start. So then the game starts. And I'll release it. And then you start playing your pinball game. Now, I do have contactors and solenoids in here. They aren't working yet. So eventually you're going to have shaker motors and all this kind of stuff. And I remembered a prop I brought with me. But you'll see here, now I've got the ball cradled, and I'm intentionally cradling it. So, Emoto, if you wouldn't mind focusing in on the flippers. Hi, hi. I think about pinball, and I'm sleep fatigued. So, okay, are you good? Okay.
Whoa.
So, you see that?
Do that again, wide shot.
Okay. Let me go again. Okay, I've got it there.
Yeah.
I want to shake it. And then I drain. So it's and it's not bad as far as that's concerned. Some games are better than others, but that's as much the programmers as it is anything.
Is that the same bit that reads the tilt, like the same piece
Reads the tilt, reads the everything in there. I do have a tilt bob in here.
Okay.
I don't know if it works.
Okay.
So I guess I'm like some other pinball streamer that doesn't like tilt bobs.
Do you mind?
Go right ahead.
So my eyes are adjusting to something like
Well,
this.
and it is hard with the reflective light and how dark this particular machine is.
I call it calibrating. You know, it's any table, right? How do I use the button when
That's a good question. I don't think I have that hooked up right now.
Okay, both flippers? Nothing.
Yeah. Why don't we do this? Emoto.
Oh, it's shot. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's shot. Okay.
Yeah, we're cool.
So, and you saw the little laser
I
effect.
sure
That's
did.
something that's very difficult to do in a real machine. The technology is out there to do it. You have it to an extent with things like multi-morphic, but I don't know if the implementation is always as good as it could be.
Sure.
But there's so much more with technology now than it was. I mean, you go to a baseball stadium, they've got scoreboards that are as big as the house you grew up in. You know, whereas they used to only be about the size of the Bust-A-Move that's over there. You know, it's really interesting to say the least.
Both.
Well, let me do this. I am going to unload this game and I'm going to load another one real quick.
Okay.
So then everybody can see what my thing. So normally I run this under a front end called Pinball X.
Okay.
There's also another one that's very popular called Pinup Player. And this next game that I'm going to show uses Pinup Player in just an absolutely brilliant way.
Okay.
So I'm just going to exit out of this.
That's very cool.
Okay.
Okay.
And then from here, I'm going to tell it to load my next game. Now this game I actually premiered at Pinball Expo in 2019. And this is probably the most logical of the Harry Potter books to make a pinball game based on, because the Goblet of Fire was only about, in the storyline in the movies and in the book, was only about what, you know, a game. So they had to go through the series of the wizarding trials of Harry Potter. And you'll see some things in here, and they do what other designers do. Now this is Scott Wick's game. This is Orbital Pin.
Wow, the lighting on this looks amazing. Like
It's
just seeing
really-
like the way that it's done, it's like glow. Just it's really crisp.
And it utilizes this pup player, and I think we've lost Emoto, so I'll just raise the camera here for a second. Emoto, I don't want to break your camera. I want to show the back box. Okay, so we'll start it up here.
Okay.
And you'll see some of the fun things that you have here. So basically, and he had to give credit to Eric for this, basically from here on down, it's Pirates of the Caribbean. It's the same ramp here as well. So you click it off, and you see Harry goes flying. Okay, now you see Mad Eye Moody's eye, and you'll see your Potters are already lit up. So there's things that are familiar with traditional pinball.
Cool. I'm gonna go around right here. Yeah.
Let me see, and of course I won't know how to play this now because I haven't played this in a while. But you'll see here is Mad Eye Moody's spell box, and now normally you would be hearing some music and some video effects. I don't know what's going on with this. And this game actually even has a mini game in it. So I can't think of what the term is, but what will happen is if you hit this target enough, it will go into the mini game, and it's basically a Harry Potter version of Defender. So it's this, or no, I'm sorry, Asteroids. So, okay, so I have right now lit all of Potter. and I can go to the mode it'll go to, and it'll give me a random mode. Okay, I've hit it. So now I've got to hit the Death Eaters like in Medieval Madness.
I was just gonna say those remind me of the trolls.
Yes.
How funny.
And then look at and then this is one of the things that we'll show on the next playthrough. So you can see here,
Yeah.
Hub Player allows you to make a very Jersey Jack-esque backbox thing that will show clips from the movies.
Yeah.
Now, why does this game not get made as a real game? Licensing. Always comes down to that. Why does Willy Wonka not have musical sequences from the movies that you love? It's all due to media rights licensing. That's one of the things that's fun about Homebrew, is since we're not asking for permission, we can go and do things that you would normally not see. And since he's not making a profit on it, there's no big deal, to doing it. And so you'll see here, you see the winks and the blinks and the flashes. Now right here is Mad Eye's potion. Let me see here if I can get into that. Let me see if I can hit the... Okay, you saw the dragon lighting fire there?
Sure did.
Okay, so I'm trying to start another mode, but I'm not doing a very good job of it. And then, there we go. We went into like with Pirates of the Caribbean, we went into the little hole. And it might be a little bit more bouncy.
And that's really cool, though, that you did that, though, with the, the concept.
This is a remarkably good table. This, I don't care what anybody says. This is as good a table as a lot of commercially made. It's complete. The rules are deep and fun. And the more you get into it, the more you go into things. So like, for example, there's a wand here.
Can I play? Can I
Go
see
right
this?
ahead.
I'm curious to see if the flipper response is the same between games. This is quicker than the other game, I think. It feels a little quicker.
Yes, it does. It's also
responsive. A lot
it's
more
been out.
responsive.
It's been out a little bit longer.
Do I hold the
hold the plunger button,
okay,
so it'll have to.
I'm gonna see if there's a super skill shot, right? If you hold
Yes,
down
the
the
skill
left
shot
lever.
is.
What is it?
You shoot the ball out.
Yeah.
So you shoot it up, and then if you hit this flipper and it goes around, then you'll get the skill shot. Then the super skill shot is if you hit one of the ramps.
Okay.
Yeah, I also know this game a lot better because I've played a crap load of it. But you'll see there's a magnet right there.
I was just about to ask you if that was a magnet.
Yes,
I just
and then
noticed
look at Mad Eye Moody's lab, and it
Okay.
lights up. And believe it or not, something like that is accomplishable in standard pinball because it's just
Sure.
lights. So you'd need a Lazy Susan that has a light going into it, and then something that comes up. But I'm not an engineer, so I don't know how to do any of that crap.
This is really quick. This is way
Yeah, this
different
is-
than the last game.
Yeah, I that's why I wanted to switch games so I could show you.
But I'm glad that we did both because that was what I was curious was to see how is the other game going to play. See, I'm kind of looking more at the aspect of this itself. I mean, yes, this game I love this. Like this is really cool, but like your design, your box, I wanted to see. Yeah, this is really cool. I was curious to see how play over play is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can really appreciate that.
And those are the things that go into it, and then you get to experience a wonderful game like this.
Oh my gosh, that's Harry Potter out of Nimbus 2000. Oh
Yeah, he's on his
my
quick,
gosh,
he's on,
yes.
on his broom and he flies up. And yes, did he steal stuff? He might as well. Yes, Emoto.
We just got Justin from Castlevania here.
Oh, very good.
That is just fine.
Yeah.
I can. If you didn't notice, you can pull my string and I will talk forever. I used to be a radio guy, so I can do that. But anyways, this is the dumpster fire and the dumpster games, and I am working on. And see here, look, you'll have your whole thing.
That's very cool.
Put yourself up as a high score for your whopping million.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go right ahead.
What do the same button, same concept?
I believe it's, yes.
Cool.
Are these games that anyone can download?
Yes. There are several sites out on the internet. What I would suggest doing is taking a first look at vpforms.com and then also vpuniverse.com. Those are the more popular large aggregators of tables. Scott Wick's stuff is available at orbitalpin.com, I believe. Just Google Orbital Pin, you'll find him. He also produced a game that's on the At Games Legend called Pizza Time.
Okay.
And then The Leprechaun King.
Okay.
And then he also did his own version of Stranger Things.
Okay. Wow. Very cool.
Very neat.
Yeah, this is very cool. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Natalie.
Thank you
No
so
problem.
much for walking me through this. This is a
No
pleasure. This
problem.
is a really, really cool, really cool toy.
I've done this a bit or two before. Emoto gets a kick out of it that I worked on G4 TV's X-Play back in 2008. I was their post-production coordinator, and I've worked on a bunch of shows from Hell's Kitchen to America's Next Top Model to Deal or No Deal, and a bunch of garbage you'd never heard of before.
Wow.
So, yes. But Emoto likes the G4 because she was the only one watching.
Did you watch it?
No, she's what you're I'm not going to ask you your age on stream. Thank you, everybody. Please check it out. If you want to find out anything more about this, I don't have a good way of you getting a hold of me, but I'm Jabber Arug on Twitch. If you want to say hi to me on Twitch, and that's
Cool.
what we've got here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate
Natalie.
it.
Appreciate it.
All right, that was an awesome interview with Jabba with his dumpster fire. Oh, look, Turin! You love G4 and X-Play. Finally, someone else who knows about that show. Adam Sessler, man. It was so good. All right, we have one more pinball machine left. Justin is here. We're going to do our last shimmy rotation back around to Castlevania, so hang on tight. Nice. Got a nice little homebrew background. If I stand here. Yeah, there you go. All right, y'all. Looks like Jack Danger Incognito. He is here. Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, Jack Danger is here. Activate 554 if you're here. Feel free to video bomb us. Photo bomb. Alright, there's a kid playing Castlevania right here. Oh, just kidding. Why do I always do that? Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Bloop. Yeah. Alright, this is the last pinball machine in this epic wheel of homebrew games. Castlevania. I've seen this around at Expo several years. And the first time I saw it was in 2019. The wood backboard. It's not a glass. It's awesome. You guys can go ahead and jump up there. Oh, I need to get you your mic. He's like, we don't get to hear you. There you go. So Natalie, you can go on that side. Justin on that side. Oh, it's so shiny. All right.
Yeah, no, she'll tell me, right? I'm new to all of this, so I'm just yeah, really enjoying it.
Yes, I can talk. How's the sound? All right.
Yeah, testing. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, we good? Hey, you've got Natalie here with Marco TV, and we have Justin, who has this excellent machine that we're going to learn more about because you've probably never seen it before. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I'm Ace Justin. I work at Pinball Life. And
Okay.
I spent a lot of time making this. Took about 2 years to design, make a couple renditions of it, and get to the state it's in now. So there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get it here.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears?
Yeah, the challenges.
Okay, so how many shows have you brought this table to? I do want to ask about the challenges too.
How many shows?
Yeah, is this the first?
No, this is probably my 5th
Okay,
show.
okay. MGC? Wait, which
Yeah.
shows have you been to?
Expo,
Yeah.
MGC.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so tell me about some of the issues you had while designing this. You said there were...
Well, the tiers part, I went through several different iterations of the playfield.
Okay.
You come with an idea, you find things that don't work, and you make some tweaks just so it can actually flow
Yeah.
and whatnot. And then you start with like cutting everything by hand. Then you want to convert it to get cut by a CNC, so you have to like draw it. So that's like you convert something made by hand to an actual computer file. And that was a long challenge. And then you gotta make all the little doodads to go with it. And I don't know how to do that, so I had to learn. And then I did it. Success.
So you wrote, I'm guessing you wrote this before you put it into a physical table. Is that where you learned about some of this about you had to move it? No, you didn't write it before you put it in the
this
table?
This is the third playfield.
Okay, third playfield.
So I
Okay.
started with the wood copy,
Okay.
all physical,
Okay.
flipped it, and then made tweaks along the way.
Okay. What's your favorite part about the design on the table that you have now?
I do like this shot up here, although the ramp is a ramp that exists already. There's 3 inline drop targets in the corner.
I saw that. That reminds me of like, what have I seen that in? Like maybe Centaur, there's a couple of drop targets?
Yes, that's
Okay.
very reminiscent of Centaur.
Oh, and this is a 2-ball multi-ball, isn't it?
3-ball.
3? Oh, okay, okay. There was a, sorry, that
all
one
good.
was a 2-1. Okay, okay.
If I were to redo something, I would redo my ramp so you can see it better. But this is a Star Trek ramp off the shelf, so I'll be able to make that
Oh,
work.
now that you say that, I'm just, yeah, okay. This is cool. Awesome. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I think I like that aspect because it does feed the upper flipper then. And then you can get your 2 shots. So it would help feed the upper flipper. As opposed to having orbits both ways.
Yeah, sure, right. This is a very interesting, like a unique design. Skill shot. Is there a skill shot?
There is not.
Okay. And there's no ball save. So
Yeah.
this is really like
I don't know how to do programming, and that's my flaw in this. But I got flipping. I had some help on the way. I was able to get a multi-ball in. But if I were to redo some more stuff, I would add a plunger.
Uh-huh.
I could see a skill shot here.
Yep.
Let's do a skill shot here.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Okay, so you said you don't do any programming. So then, how did you get this to work? Tell me, like, how is this? What do we have going on for this then? If you don't know programming, how did we get the picture? What do we have it running
I
off
had help from
of?
Scott Denisi.
Okay.
He's my best friend.
Okay.
So, yeah, he helped me a lot.
So, are there any 3D printed parts on this table? Because I feel like I don't see anything really 3D printed.
Probably brackets underneath, but everything else is really off-the-shelf parts.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, that's very interesting because I was finding this going around this homebrew circle that I'm like, oh, Scott Denisi 3D printed this and then this, and you just said he was your best friend. Then I'm like, okay, so what's 3D printed? There's got to be something, right? That's really cool. Okay, so you had help with that for the visual aspect. So then, how did you get your like what you wanted come to life? Was it an easy thing to do? I mean, he's your best friend, so I guess it probably
It was not easy.
No.
Because he gave me a lot of hints along the way.
Okay.
And I had a bribe him help me with one part of it, and it's hard. I can't program, but he was able to help me a lot to get to where it is. But I wasn't expecting him to help me more than what he got because he's a busy guy. So I'm real happy with him being able to help me as much as he did with my game.
Sure. Are you gonna make any more pinball machines? Do you have plans for doing more?
Maybe. I have some ideas in my head.
Yeah.
But I haven't done anything with them yet. It's just to be determined. It is a lot of work.
So did you come up with like the table rules? Like how did you come up with that? Like what you wanted? I mean, you're a big fan of Castlevania. So this was kind of a passion project, right? Because like the spirit of Castlevania, the game itself. So what part, like how did you break down? Well, I guess I should ask, like, how are the modes on this table? Or none? Okay, the flashing lights. I didn't know if it was like anything that went along with the game.
I have a light show in a track mode, and it needs code. It really needs code, but it's very stable where it's at. It flips well, and I have my multi-ball.
No, if you get code though, do you have a storyline? Did you build how you want it
I don't
to
have
play
specific
out?
things, but like I would follow more like the second Castlevania game where you gotta go to different mansions to get the body parts of Dracula, reincarnate them to fight him, more or less. And so it'd be obviously like different modes, it'd be like ramp modes or something, or like, you know, pin orbits, and like, you know, I have some ideas for that too, but yeah, that's some small ideas on that. If I had someone help me with that, with programming, I'm sure I get input from them as well. So I even have like the captive ball there would be to collect the body part.
Right, okay,
well, so.
okay. I was gonna ask because the captive ball, I'm like, what was that? Yeah, okay, cool. Can I give this a play? Yeah?
Have it.
I don't know if you want to move this. I'm just looking at it. What made you pick 3 flippers? The design, I'm guessing?
I like having upper in orbits, very reminiscent of like Getaway. I like that, or Black Knight 2000, Last of the Richie kind of things.
Okay.
Or you can keep looping.
So I noticed I noticed the wood cutouts right there. That was a clever. I like the design. I don't think I would have noticed that firsthand that it goes back behind there.
Well, it's the ramp I got. It's Iron Man.
Oh, okay.
So I had to make it work.
Okay.
That's how I did it.
Oh, okay. Star Trek, Iron Man. Yeah. Okay. Oh. And no ball saved, so that's my ball. Do you want to? Yes, there you go.
And it's over. It's hard to hear, but it does play Devo's Whip It with the ramps.
The lights designed on the table, like, sorry, I'll comment, sorry, after, yeah.
Thanks.
here like not raised. I don't know how to. I don't really
That's
know
a lower
the word.
profile LED.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's the word choice I meant to use. I really like that. I was staring at that and I'm like, I really like that. I think it looks pretty sharp. There we go. I at least kept the ball alive for a second.
There you go.
That's your ball save. Come on, holy water. Oh!
Tilt.
Ah! So I was like, oh, I think this button stopped working. I didn't hear the tilt. Never mind, it didn't stop working. Silly me.
Someone in the chat asked if the stern flipper bags from Iron Man as well. Are they?
No, they're Williams flipper. The flipper backs or the?
Any of it.
No, it's not.
So how about the toys that you have on the table? Where did those come from? What's the story of those?
Those are just images from the video game.
Okay.
There's Death back there. There's Dracula. And this is Simon Belmont. I couldn't find a good image of Simon Belmont, so I found an action figure off the internet, and I pixelated him, and I had him printed on plastic and cut.
I like it. It looks nice. You did a good job. All right.
It'd be cool to have a little doll that actually has like a little arm that like whips.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Oh yeah. How could you do that? Like, well, you'd probably get something totally different, but like you could do something with that. Could you put never mind. I'm just gonna. Yep. I was just kind of thinking. I'm like, I bet you could add a bit to that.
Like.
I knew it. I knew it. I didn't want to tilt like the last ball. I know. That's nice. That's a really that's a very cool, very cool design.
So it was fun to work on. I learned a lot on the way. You know, fun project.
How long did you say you worked on this? Did you say it was a couple of years? Was
2 years.
2 years? That's
Before
what I
I
thought.
shown it.
Okay. Oh yeah, actually I don't think, I did earlier, but I don't think I did okay, so tell us about this Castlevania, like the design, what did you do?
So this is Castlevania 1's like main artwork. It's like really cool. And I took the logo off the Netflix series of Castlevania, put that on there, and took the whole image, and I had a laser burn to be what it is. But I didn't have a way to. I was kind of like how Scott did his Total Nuclear Annihilation. He had like back box made out of wood. I wanted to be like something similar, but cooler. So that's what I did.
Yeah, it's pretty. I wasn't sure how that was done. So.
And then this is I made this on my own design. I kind of tried to find something similar to what Stern's doing as far as the speaker grills, but also reminiscent of the classic Williams. So I made my own gradients here. And then this is the actual image from the game. I just changed the color scheme to match more.
Oh, so you changed the color scheme? Oh,
Yeah, 'cause this would
cool,
normally
yeah.
be like
Yeah,
bluish or something.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. That looks nice. And did you like build a lot of I know you said you didn't do the programming or anything, but how much of this did you build? Wires or anything, putting it together like the guts?
I did all that.
You did do all that?
I did everything except some of the programming.
Okay, so like just the code itself, but you put everything together on the
yeah.
inside? Really? Okay, very cool. So what hardware is it running off of then?
It's running off P-Rock.
Okay, it's P-Rock?
Yeah,
Okay.
the framework is Skeleton Game.
Okay, skeleton game, yes, okay, yes. Yes, I've heard that a couple of times today. That's very cool. Oh, but you didn't do any of the coding, so I'm like, What speakers did you use? You said did you say the table or anything?
They're same as what Stern uses.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing fancy. It's their stock speaker.
Did you ever have any wiring issues when you first put this together, and did you have to change any part on the design?
Yeah, when I transfer play fields over.
Yeah.
So my first play field was by hand, but I had all mechs in there.
Okay.
I transferred to a new play field, but then I start adding stuff, and then the wiring's too short. So I gotta make extensions or reroute harnesses. So I added the pop bumpers. That wasn't there originally.
Okay.
And there's just the lights weren't there. It was just all wood. I
Okay,
had lights,
right,
and like,
yeah.
okay, well I need to put light boards on there now and figure out where that goes. And the wiring gets tighter, the existing wire.
Yeah.
So you don't want to start over. It stinks to start over. So.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Very, very cool. It's a very cool table. I was playing this earlier, actually. Same. My goal for the day was getting the multi-ball. I mean, I love that you have the rules on that. So like that was my goal, and this is really, really cool. And I'm glad to hear the story behind it and everything. And it's cool. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, explaining this, showing this, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Awesome. That was another great interview with Justin with Castlevania. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for your time. Beautiful game. You gotta get some modes in there, man. Look at this halo behind me. All right, that's it. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours of homebrew madness. Natalie's hiding. We're ready to take a break and get ready for some more pinball at Midwest Gaming Classic. I hope that y'all are here. The after party is about to start in 2.5 hours. And we have a fun little wacky pinball tournament set up for that with Fliptronic. So I'm going to go start working over there. And then we're all wheeling out one of each title of pinball machine to the after party to make it the best MGC after party yet. So it's been great. It's been a really good show. Love it here. Thank you, Turin. Thank you, Shell Slot. Why is your name so hard to pronounce for me? You named it that on purpose. Thank you, Acker Pinball, and everyone who hung out in the chat for this whole time. It's amazing. Oh, thank you, Acker Apple, for the cheers. Thank you so much. Much love to you. If you missed the previous parts of the stream, they will be on our YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Marco Pinball. I actually broke it up into 2 parts. So part 1 features Sonic Spinball, Undertale, and Motor City Taxi. And then part 2 is the Tap Open from Trilogy Brewing. I got that right this time. Sorry, Doug. And Castlevania, Dumpster Fire, and Ed Owens, Ghost in the Shell. There's someone standing behind me, right? I knew it. Oh. It's a delay. Anyways, MGC is streaming all of their events too on Twitch. So let's go ahead and raid them for everyone that's here on Facebook. And for everyone else, I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you at the next pinball show. the next pinball show I am going to is Lodi, California's Golden State Pinball Festival. Very excited for that. TVMDC is live. Let's go check out what they're doing, all right? Hey, oh, you like my braid? Yeah. Thanks, Den. See you guys later. Did it raid?